Chapter 587. Are you really willing to help me? Statholm was rather surprised that Hanshaw agreed so readily. He himself felt that it was rather abrupt when he said those words. In his heart, he did not think that Hanshaw would really help him. After all, he knew very well what it meant to become a god. He believed that such a great benefit would not be so easily obtainable given the thin friendship between him and Hanshaw. Hanshaw found the old monster's astonishment rather amusing. From Hanshaw's point of view, Statholm was merely a demigod who was about to break through to base god. There was still an insurmountable distance between him and a true low god. In Hanshaw's eyes, a base god would not affect him in the slightest. That was because most of the demons in the Abyss realm were base gods, although they did not rely on their own strength to break through. To Hanshaw, who had two low god avatars, a mere base god was nothing at all. Back in Tarag Canyon, Hanshaw and Statholm fought a common enemy. Hanshaw knew that Statholm was someone worth befriending. Over the past few years, Statholm's mission of serving as a guardian in the vicinity of Brettel City had given Hanshaw even more favorable impressions of Statholm. After your soul fused with the crystal of fighting aura, you have formed a soul of element. If you wish to advance further, you will have to work hard on your body. As a swordsman, the fighting aura that you have been cultivating is actually stored within your body. From this aspect, it can be seen that you are blessed by nature. It will be very easy for you to cultivate a body of element, Hanshaw said slowly as he looked at Statholm. After his trip to the Abyss realm, Hanshaw had gained a better understanding of the cultivation methods of both worlds. Combining his understanding of cultivation in both worlds, Hanshaw discovered that Statholm, who cultivated fighting aura, had a similar cultivation method to the people of the Abyss realm. They both cultivated fighting aura within their bodies and did not pay attention to the cultivation of the soul. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be too difficult for Statholm to form the body of element after he cultivated the soul of element. With that thought in mind, Hanshaw's consciousness slowly probed the condition of the old monster's body. He immediately discovered that the old monster's body was indeed filled with fighting aura. However, the fighting aura was concentrated in a spot on his chest and did not spread to his skin or bones. With just one look, Hanshaw immediately understood where the problem was. Statholm had long been accustomed to the cultivation method of fighting aura on Profound Continent. Although he had a unique advantage in the formation of the body of element compared to the average magus, it was precisely because of this that he had a fixed train of thought. He was unable to jump out of the shackles he had been under all along and look at the problem in a new way. Seeing that Hanshaw was staring at him with sparkling eyes without saying a word, Statholm felt flustered. Even though the old monster knew that Hanshaw was looking at him with good intentions, he still felt uncomfortable under the pressure Hanshaw was putting on him. Statholm awkwardly moved his fingers and asked, "Is there a problem?" Nodding with a smile, Hanshaw did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "This is how you have always cultivated your fighting aura. Starting from your heart, it will suddenly erupt through your limbs. However, the formation of the body of element requires you to spread your fighting aura to every part of your body. When your body is completely filled with fighting aura, that is when your body of element will be formed. It's that simple." The old monster was stunned. "It's that simple," Hanshaw affirmed. After thinking for a moment, he creased his brows and said, "However, to spread fighting aura to every part of your body is not an easy task. First, your body must be able to withstand it. You have to figure this out yourself. I can't help you." After hearing Hanshaw's words, Statholm seemed to have understood something. He pondered in silence. After a while, Statholm looked at Hanshaw with a puzzled expression and said, "You said that you have become a god, but I don't feel the aura of a god from you. What's going on?" "That's simple," Hanshaw said coolly. With a thought, his two avatars suddenly flew out from his body. His domain of divinity suddenly unfolded, leaving only the elemental energy of death and the bizarre edict of destruction in the surroundings. A suffocating and terrifying energy instantly enveloped Statholm. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Statholm was more afraid than surprised. Under the domain of divinity that Hanshaw had deliberately released, he felt a sense of helplessness, as though he was facing a towering mountain. Fighting aura was also one of the elemental energies. Although it was not mainstream, it was related to the element of light and air. However, when Han-Shoror unfolded his 2 domains of divinity, Statholm the Old Monster immediately could not feel the existence of the fighting aura that he relied on for survival. This feeling made Statholm's heart palpitate. So, this is the power of a god. The oppressive force of a god's domain alone is not something an ordinary person can withstand. How terrifying. Statholm struggled to resist that feeling of helplessness. After a long while, he finally squeezed out these words with a red face. After withdrawing his domain of divinity, Han-Shoror's 2 avatars no longer deliberately released the powerful pressure. His main body smiled and said, "Do you believe me now?" Nodding, Statholm's eyes shone with a scorching light. He looked deeply at Han-Shoror and asked curiously, "But, how come you have 3 bodies? Could it be that after becoming a god, one can have an additional body?" "No, only I can do that. Don't try it rashly. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Han-Shoror shrugged and explained, "You know, I have practiced another kind of martial technique. This martial technique can bring me some unimaginable transformations. However, this transformation is only useful to me, and only I can master it." "You are so lucky." Statholm looked at Han-Shoror enviously. Soon after, his eyes turned resolute as he said, "All right, I know how to make a breakthrough. With you in Brettel City, I reckon I don't need to worry about it anymore. I will immediately return to Stranglethorn Valley to train. I hope I can break through to your realm one day." After witnessing the terrifying power of Han-Shoror's domain of divinity, Statholm had an indescribable expectation for this realm. He had always been tirelessly pursuing greater power. After this incident, when he was pointed in the right direction by Han-Shoror, he immediately became impatient. Han-Shoror understood Statholm's feelings. Therefore, he did not stop him and allowed him to leave Brettel City and go to Stranglethorn Valley to train. "It's a pity that Tarnai in the Dark Abyss didn't cultivate fighting aura. I didn't get anything suitable for you. Otherwise, I might have given it to you." Han-Shoror sighed softly and said to himself after Statholm the Old Monster had left. After the trip to the Dark Abyss was washed away by the Stardust Current, Han-Shoror's avatar successfully absorbed the energy of numerous boundaries and seals, broken magical matrices, and broke through to the 9 Changes realm. He carefully walked around the valley that was free of threats and mist. Indeed, he collected some good stuff that made Han-Shoror extremely excited. However, none of them were suitable for Statholm. After Statholm the Old Monster left, Han-Shoror's avatar of death did not merge back together. After thinking for a moment, his avatar of death stayed in the underground of Brettel City and silently digested the divine essence of death he obtained. The divine essence contained a considerable amount of divine energy. For his avatar of death who had just entered the low god realm, it was the most direct tonic. Compared to slowly absorbing the power of faith in the abyss realm, it was much faster to absorb divine energy from the divine essence. Han-Shoror estimated that the divine energy contained in a single divine essence was more than the power of faith of all the believers in the abyss realm in 20 years. Moreover, it wouldn't take too long to absorb and digest it. It was no wonder why the 4 demon kings would disregard their agreement with Bekimos and fight over a single divine essence. Divine essence was indeed an extremely precious item, especially for a god. It was the most direct and fastest way to increase one's strength. The divine energy contained in a tiny divine essence was more than the power of faith of the entire abyss realm in 20 years. This was rather terrifying. Han-Shoror's avatar of death remained in Brettel City while his avatar of destruction traveled to Lancelot Empire's Ossen City through the transportation matrix in Brettel City. He would be gone for 5 years. With Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny all staying in Ossen City, it was time for him to meet Lawrence. If Han-Shoror didn't hurry to Ossen City, the 3 women would definitely make a big fuss when they found out. However, Han-Shoror wouldn't use this avatar of his to get intimate with the 3 women. Although his avatar could transform into another Han-Shoror, as it wasn't made of flesh and blood, Han-Shoror couldn't overcome the psychological hurdle. Therefore, he only treated his 2 avatars as his strongest weapons. With that thought in mind, Han Shor knew that he would have to spend a lot of effort to explain himself to the three women in Osen City. As for Han Shor's avatar, he returned to the Cemetery of Death using the transportation matrix beneath the City Lord's mansion. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shor left a few words with Jasper and the others before hurriedly leaving for the Dark Forest where he buried Dark Dragon Gilbert's remains. After so many years, it was time to reconstruct Gilbert's body. Only his main body that cultivated in demonic attacks could perform this task. The two low-god avatars wouldn't be of any help at all. This time, not only did Han Shor have the best materials, but he also obtained some divine items from the void. Han Shor believed that the Dark Dragon Gilbert who reappeared in the world would be even more powerful. Chapter 588. The Dark Forest, the place of extreme fire where the Emperor of Flames had once stayed, Mountain Tanai. After so many years, the rocks in this valley that had been the site of a volcanic eruption were forever the same reddish-brown. In the center of the valley, one couldn't feel the shade of the dark forest, nor could one see any lush and verdant plants. There was only dry and barren red earth and an abnormally high temperature. The traces of the great battle from a few years ago were still there. The broken rock walls and torn ravines seemed to indicate that something had happened here. Today, Mountain Tanai was no longer peaceful. Rumbling sounds came from the depths of the earth, as if some ancient beast was about to break out of the earth. The ravines grew larger and larger as if they were being torn apart by invisible hands. The fire elemental energy in the place of extreme fire below seemed to be ignited as the temperature of Mountain Tanai gradually soared. A blurry silhouette swept through the valley at high speed. Rays of dazzling light shot out from his body, shattering the rocks that were as hard as iron and stone and leaving marks on the ground. The silhouette was like an artist drawing a blueprint. As he swept through the valley at high speed, the valley had unknowingly undergone astonishing changes. If someone were to look down from midair, they would discover that the ravines and rocks of Mountain Tanai had shockingly formed a giant picture with a profound meaning. The picture of a soaring dragon. Amidst the lightning, some unknown substances became the materials to fill up the giant picture and fell into the picture of a soaring dragon in the center of the valley. The rumbling of the earth continued. After a series of steps, the blurry silhouette shuttling through the valley finally stepped heavily on a boulder in the center of the valley. Rumble. A rumbling sound like the eruption of a mountain torrent resounded throughout the valley. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a white dragon skeleton slowly emerged from the ravine that had been torn apart in the valley. The dragon's head, body, and tail were all reflected in the soaring dragon diagram that had existed for a long time. As the giant dragon skeleton floated up, an even louder rumbling sound came from the depths of the earth. The place of extreme fire that could nurture treasures of the fire attribute and had existed for an unknown number of years suddenly boiled. Scalding lava overflowed and soaked the giant dragon's skeleton in it. All of a sudden, the figure standing proudly in the air above the valley dropped all kinds of materials into the lava. Among them were colorful bright stones, thick liquid with a pungent smell, and rays of light that contained strange energy. The bubbling magma in the place of extreme fire was extremely hot. It melted the various materials and the giant dragon together. The giant dragon skeleton in the middle of the valley actually shone with a dazzling luster, as if the bones of different thicknesses were as hard as diamonds. Buckets of fresh blood poured down from the hands of the figure standing proudly in midair. As soon as the pungent blood landed on the dragon skeleton, it immediately sizzled and gave off thick smoke. A bizarre change suddenly occurred at this moment. As the buckets of fresh blood poured down, Tanai's dragon skeleton underwent an incredible change. Blood lines that seemed to be alive entrenched on the dragon skeleton, wriggling as if the blood vessels were reconnected. After an unknown number of buckets of fresh blood poured down, the figure suddenly flew above the dragon's head and forcibly punched a misty ball of strange air into the dragon's brain. In an instant, the originally lifeless skeleton's body that was as hard as a diamond was suddenly wrapped in a blood-red light. Then, it began to move bit by bit. After a while, the gradually moving dragon skeleton stopped wriggling. The wriggling bloodlines also stopped growing. A huge blood cocoon completely wrapped the dragon skeleton, as if waiting for nirvana rebirth. Only at this moment did the busy figure let out a long sigh of relief. Threads of blood shot out from his fingers and landed on the blood cocoon. As soon as the blood fell, it was like a drop of water falling into the sea, without a single ripple. As for the dragon skeleton wrapped in the blood cocoon, the aura of life became stronger and stronger. Then, it sank into the depths of the earth bit by bit and quietly lay dormant. After all the steps were completed, Han Shor did not relax. He calmly watched the transformation of Tanai Gilbert's body. His consciousness secretly moved, trying to communicate with Gilbert's soul through the connection between the two. "Gilbert, have you woken up?" Han Shor transmitted. His consciousness firmly locked onto the soul in the middle of the skeleton. After a long time, a weak response came from the soul. It was a little tentative and a little surprised. "Master, is that you?" Han Shor grinned. As soon as he sensed the response from Gilbert's soul, he could not help but heave a genuine sigh of relief. As long as there was a response from the soul, it meant that everything was under Han Shor's control. It proved that Gilbert's soul had established a connection with that incomplete body. Once this was confirmed, the following matters would be much easier. "It's me. Fortunately, my efforts were not in vain. It seems that there are no problems on the whole." Han Shor's heart was gratified. However, his consciousness did not relax at all. "Waha! I'm alive. I'm alive again. That's great." The message was still weak, but Gilbert's excitement was transmitted very clearly. "Master, what should I do next?" "Make the most of your time. During this period of time, you need to quickly familiarize yourself with your soul and your new body's senses, and tacit understanding. Before the blood cocoon is torn, you need to understand the power contained in each of your bones according to the memories I left for you. Most importantly, you have to use all your wisdom to try to dissipate the divine power of the divine crystal of darkness left in your bones. If you can do this, your body will contain the divine power of darkness. Although it is only a little, as long as you carefully comprehend it, you will understand the existence of that divine power and how to obtain it. This will lay a solid foundation for you to become the god of darkness. Han Shor commanded calmly. "Master, I understand. For the sake of becoming stronger, I, Gilbert, will definitely make good use of this opportunity." "Very good. I've forcefully inserted that small piece of the divine crystal of darkness into your body. This is an ingenious method that I've come up with after studying it for a long time. I hope you won't let me down. As long as you can grasp this opportunity and comprehend the existence of divine power and how to use it, you will not be far from becoming a god." Han Shor encouraged. "I'll try it immediately." Gilbert clearly understood that this was an extremely rare opportunity. After Han Shor finished speaking, Gilbert took the initiative to cut off any further communication with Han Shor. As his body slowly sank into the depths of the earth, he focused all his energy on his new body. Seeing Gilbert working so hard, Han Shor was very gratified. He also understood that Gilbert truly understood the importance of strength. In the past, in order to save his grandfather and the Dark Dragon race, Gilbert and Han Shor had rushed all the way to this place. They thirsted for the power of fire in the place of extreme fire. However, Gilbert's strength back then wasn't enough. He could only burn his life force as the price to forcibly raise his speed to the limit that his body couldn't bear. In the end, he died in the Valley of Fire. In these few years, Gilbert, who only had his soul left, had truly tasted the pain of loneliness and helplessness. Within the soul ring that was eternally without light, he had continuously tempered his soul using the method taught by Han Shor. With tenacious willpower, he had cultivated his soul to the point where it could possess a body. It was precisely because of this that he understood what strength meant to him. He abandoned his impetuous and superficial temperament and began to pursue the path of strength with indomitable will. This was the most crucial moment for Gilbert. Han Shor didn't dare to leave Gilbert's side. His main body found a boulder in the distance and sat cross-legged on it with a cold and detached expression. While regulating his breathing and recovering the demonic yuan he had consumed, he silently guarded Gilbert. On the other side, Han Shor's avatar of destruction had used the transportation matrix in Brettel City to descend into Lancelot Empire's Ossen City. In the past 5 years, The scenery of Ossen City hadn't changed much. The only thing that had changed was the people coming and going. Whether it was the poor or the soldiers, they seemed to have lost much of their former relaxed and contented manner. Their faces were heavy and solemn. Lancelot Empire's situation wasn't good. The ferocious Orc Empire was recklessly attacking the southern border, while Kossi Empire, supported by the Shrine of Ice, was constantly pressuring the empire in the west. There had been many big and small battles in the past few years. All the citizens of Lancelot Empire had come to realize the cruelty of war. In addition, Lancelot Empire hadn't been on the winning side for the past few years. Naturally, the citizens were even more terrified. In the past 5 years, Han Shoror's 3 women had become the most eye-catching women in Lancelot Empire due to their extraordinary backgrounds and the fact that they stood on the right side in the palace war. Emily, the leader of the Dark Mantle's upper echelon, controlled the dark forces of Lancelot Empire and was the youngest dark sacred magus in Lancelot Empire. Phoebe, similarly, was the youngest sacred sword master and the owner of the Boot Merchant Guild in Lancelot Empire. She held the most wealth in the empire. Fanny, the director of the Necromancy Major of Babylon Academy, was also a Necromancy Grand Magus and had a terrifying father behind her. The 3 women had always been dazzling on the stage of Lancelot Empire. In the past 5 years, because Han Shoror hadn't appeared for a long time, countless young and talented men had pursued them. Those people clearly knew that they were Han Shoror's women, but they didn't mind at all. They used Han Shoror's death as an excuse to pester the 3 women with all kinds of power. All of this was because of the 3 women's current strength and status, as well as their unusually friendly relationship with Lancelot Empire's King Laurent. Sigh, it's a problem with my girlfriend's work. I can't help it, but I have to take care of it. There's no helping it. In life, there are always some things that don't go your way. Also, since I've talked it over with my brothers, I should inform them in advance that the Chidyen Authors Gathering will be held on the 11th to the 14th of this month. The location is in Guilin. I'll probably be quite busy these few days and will probably only be able to update at night. Little Ni might not be able to release 2 chapters a day as usual again. I'm very ashamed, so I'm informing you in advance. However, Little Ni will definitely make up for it after she's done with her work. This has always been my attitude. I'll remember the chapters that I owe and will slowly make up for it in the second half of the month. Including today, I already owe 2 chapters this month. I'll remember every chapter that I owe in the future and make up for it afterward. I'll apologize again. I don't have the face to ask for monthly votes for the time being. Please forgive me, Little Ni rarely asks for leave so frequently. It's indeed because things happen to gather together. I'm very helpless and embarrassed. Everyone, please forgive me. Chapter 589. Lancelot Empire, within the Boot Merchant Guild. Elegant pavilions were situated in the area of the rockery overgrown with vines. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and the fragrance of flowers and plants filled the air. It was a beautiful and lush scenery. On the swing, Phoebe was dressed in a plain white robe. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. 5 years had passed, but time had not left any traces on her face. On the contrary, she seemed to have become more and more beautiful, more and more tasteful. Every time she finished her tedious work, she would habitually stare blankly at the crevice of the rockery. Her thoughts would unconsciously wander back to a few years ago. In that narrow crevice of the rockery, there had once been 2 people leaning against each other. They could smell each other's scent and feel each other's heartbeats. Many years had passed, but the memory was still as clear as day, as if it had happened yesterday. "Miss, are you thinking of him again?" The sound of footsteps rapidly approached. Fabian looked at the dazed Phoebe and sighed in his heart. He called out softly, "Oh, you're here." Waking up from her thoughts, Phoebe smiled apologetically at Fabian. She waved her hand and pointed at the chair beside her, saying, "Sit first." Fabian did not stand on ceremony and sat down at Phoebe's gesture. Looking at the tired Phoebe, Fabian was a little worried. He hesitated for a moment and carefully said, "That first prince of the Angela Empire has come again." Phoebe, who was still gazing at the fake mountain in front of her in a daze, was somewhat irritated when she heard this. Her brows furrowed as she said impatiently, "This person is too annoying. How many times have I told him? Why does he still come?" Fabian smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, "You know best why he came back." After hesitating for a moment, Fabian had no choice but to explain. Before coming here, Prince Hagrid had just left the palace. He even went to pay a visit to Lord Carl. Phoebe's face turned cold. She lightly snorted and said, "No one can change my decision, including those two." Fabian's smile became even more bitter, but there was a bit of admiration in his heart. He looked deeply at Phoebe and said, "But, Lord Brian hasn't appeared for 5 years. There are rumors outside." Fabian didn't continue speaking until here. "Are you saying that Brian is dead?" Phoebe sneered and said disdainfully, "How could Brian be dead? He's just cultivating. Don't listen to those people's nonsense." But it was the Church of Light who released the news, and the Pope of Light himself has confirmed it. Although unwilling, Fabian still spoke the truth. So what? The Holy Father of Light wouldn't lie. Phoebe, who had successfully cultivated to the realm of Sword Saint, had improved a lot over the years. However, whenever someone brought up this topic with her, she would always become a little abnormal. The sound of messy footsteps came from outside. Not long after, a group of people arrived. The person in the lead was around 30 years old. His appearance was extraordinary, and he was mature and steady. There was an oppressive air of nobility about him, and it was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. Behind him were 2 Grand Magi, a great swordmaster, 3 Archmages, and 2 Earth Knights. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes and looked at this man with complicated expressions. However, when Phoebe saw this person, her eyes revealed obvious annoyance. She said coldly, "Prince Hagrid, why have you come again? We're about to return to our country. I've specially come this time to discuss some of the details of the business between our 2 countries. I really can't be at ease if these things aren't handled well." Hagrid looked at Phoebe and didn't conceal the burning passion in his eyes. "Let's talk when we meet His Majesty tomorrow. I don't really like people disturbing my peace." How could Phoebe not know what he was thinking? She said impatiently. Phoebe jumped off the swing and a sharp sword aura was naturally released. The people behind Hagrid could clearly feel the aura from Phoebe's body. They unnaturally spread out and protected their master in the center. Hagrid stared at Phoebe's back with a face full of infatuation. He only coughed lightly when Phoebe was about to disappear from his sight and said hastily, "I've already discussed some of the details with His Majesty. We only need Miss Phoebe to confirm them." After speaking, Hagrid didn't care whether Phoebe was listening or not, hurriedly blurting out a few questions in rapid succession. Phoebe, who was about to leave, couldn't help but be startled when she heard Hagrid's urgent words. She froze on the spot and looked Hagrid up and down oddly. She said, "Have you gone mad?" Not only Phoebe, but even Fabian and the guards by Hagrid's side were a bit incredulous. "Your Highness, are you sure you're not mistaken? That port only charges 10% of the Boot Merchant Guild's tariff. How can it be so low? Your Highness, if we're so lenient with the Boot Merchant Guild, the other merchant guilds will definitely not agree. We won't be able to explain ourselves," a swordsman said hastily. Fabian, the old merchant of the Boot Merchant Guild, couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He said hastily, "That's great. His Highness Hagrid is truly a good friend." Sighing in her heart, Phoebe looked at Hagrid, whose eyes were burning with passion. She hadn't thought that this person would even use the interests of his own country to curry favor with her. Although Hagrid was the Prince of the Angel Empire, if this agreement was carried out, the King of the Angel Empire would still be enraged. Phoebe was a bit touched that he would go to such lengths for her. But even though she was touched, Phoebe still didn't give Hagrid any face. Contrary to Fabian's expectations, she straightforwardly refused, "Forget it. Our Boot Merchant Guild doesn't want to take advantage of you. We'll calculate it according to your tariff with the other merchant guilds." "Miss." Fabian was shocked and hurriedly tried to persuade Phoebe to change her mind. "There's no need to say more. Our Boot Merchant Guild will do everything according to the rules." Before Fabian could finish his persuasion, Phoebe looked at Hagrid tiredly. She sighed and said, "Your Highness, it's better if you don't waste time. I definitely won't do as you wish. There have been many battles recently. I hope you'll return to the city safely. Take care." Hagrid's face became dejected when he heard this. He smiled bitterly and said, "Why? Why are you treating me like this? That person has been dead for 5 years, and the incident has also happened for 5 years. Why can't you forget him? What's so good about him? Can a mere city lord compare to me? The Angel Empire will be mine in the future. I can give you everything he can, and more. Why? This has nothing to do with benefits." Phoebe looked at Hagrid with some pity. She paused and said coldly, "You won't understand." "I understand. Why don't I understand?" Hagrid lost his composure. He stared at Phoebe and started yelling. His voice gradually became louder. "Even if you love him, he's already dead. It's been 5 years. You should have walked out of his influence, right? Even if you haven't, I can wait for you. 1 year, 10 years. I'm willing to wait for you. I'll wait for you to acknowledge me. I'm sorry. If you really want to wait, then wait until you die." Phoebe knew that this person couldn't be saved. Although she was a little touched, she still firmly expressed her stance. "I'm not satisfied, I'm not satisfied. Are you going to be lonely for the rest of your life because of a dead person?" After pursuing him for so long, Hagrid was about to return to the Angel Empire. But all he got from Phoebe was deep despair. This made it hard for him to suppress the resentment in his heart. He lost his composure. "This has nothing to do with you." Phoebe's face gradually turned cold. She was a little impatient. She waved her hand and said to Fabian beside her, "Send His Highness back." Fabian bowed and pointed in the direction of the door in accordance with etiquette. He said coldly, "Your Highness, Sir Mags, and Sir Swordsman, please leave." In the depths of his heart, Fabian also didn't want his miss to do anything unfavorable to that person, even if that person seemed to be dead. Looking at Phoebe angrily, Hagrid finally sighed helplessly. He looked at Phoebe's frosty back and said in a low voice, "I'll still wait for you. I'll wait until you forget that person." With that, Hagrid waved his hand weakly and prepared to leave with his subordinates. At this moment, there were hurried footsteps. After a while, the thief Chester's black robe fell into everyone's eyes. After Chester came over, he first bowed to Phoebe, then said respectfully, "Miss Phoebe, Lady Emily has a letter for you." "Give it to me." Phoebe reached out and asked for it. She muttered softly, "Emily is too much. She hasn't come to see me for almost half a month. I don't know what she's been busy with." What a heartless fellow. Tearing the envelope, Phoebe took a glance. Her delicate body immediately trembled and her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. 60% surprise, 30% eagerness, and a little shyness appeared on her face. At this moment, Phoebe radiated with beauty, giving off a gorgeous sense of beauty. Hagrid was dumbfounded. His heart was filled with questions. After pestering Phoebe for so long, Hagrid had never seen such an expression on her face. His heart was filled with astonishment for a moment. He didn't understand what was wrong with Phoebe. Fabian was very close to Phoebe. He turned his head curiously to take a look and discovered that there were only 4 beautiful words on the letter in Phoebe's hand, his back. Chapter 590. Fabian was a bit puzzled at first, but was shocked after a while. He seemed to remember something, and his face was full of pleasant surprise. "Where's Emily?" Phoebe's voice trembled as she stared at Chester and asked anxiously. Anyone could see the excitement in her heart. "The Lord has just returned from outside. He should be handing over some matters at headquarters right now." Chester answered respectfully. Hagrid, this is how it is. Please return. I have some matters to attend to and will be taking my leave first." Phoebe nodded and quickly said this to Hagrid. She didn't look at Hagrid and the others again after speaking and hurriedly left, as if unwilling to stay even a moment longer. She called out as soon as she walked out, "Men, prepare the horse." The hurried Phoebe left immediately after receiving the letter from Emily, leaving the group of people looking at each other in dismay. Hagrid's expression was desolate, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. He stared blankly at Phoebe's receding figure, not knowing what to do. Farewell. Chester, who had delivered the letter, smiled faintly at Fabian, bowed to Hagrid, and silently retreated. Fabian was still drowning in uncontrollable surprise after Phoebe and Chester had left. The smile on his lips was so obvious, and the look in his eyes was so excited. Mr. Fabian, what's going on? It was obvious that Hagrid had also seen some clues from Fabian's face. He had too many questions in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Taking in a deep breath and calming his excited emotions, Fabian looked at Hagrid with some pity and smiled. If I'm not wrong, the Lord Brian that our young miss has been waiting for should have returned. Impossible, didn't that fellow die a long time ago? Hagrid's expression changed and he said with some despair, the message sent by the Pope of the Church of Light can't be wrong. Fabian smiled and said with some pride, Lord Brian is blessed with a long life. The Church of Light's despicable methods must not have succeeded. Hagrid's face was ashen. He knew that he no longer had any hope in pursuing Phoebe. Before he appeared, Phoebe had already rejected him so firmly. Now, what hope did he have? At the Dark Mantle headquarters, Han Shoror found Candide, one of the three heavyweights, amidst the admiring and amazed gazes of the crowd. Han Shoror's sudden appearance shocked everyone who knew of this news. Along the way, every member of the Dark Mantle who knew Han Shoror's identity expressed surprise and respect with their eyes. They spread this shocking news to each other. The legend of the Dark Mantle is back. The pride of the Empire is back. The powerful Guardian has returned. In just an instant, all the members who received this news were filled with anticipation and felt sincerely proud of themselves. 5 years ago, Han Shoror was the most eye-catching expert of the Lancelot Empire. He defeated 2 sacred rank experts in a row, helped His Majesty ascend to the throne, pacified the chaos in Brettel City, and dealt with the threat of Statholm, the old monster of the 7 Grand Duchies, because of Han Shoror's appearance. The widely spread but gradually forgotten legend seemed to have become clear once again. At this moment, all the members who knew of Han Shoror's return felt that his appearance would bring new changes to the Empire that had been declining in recent years. Candide's gloomy face was filled with disbelief and astonishment. 5 years later, Candide, who was already a dark sacred magus, looked at Han Shoror with his mouth wide open. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, I thought you were already dead. With a carefree laugh, Han Shoror bluntly pulled over a chair and sat down. He grinned at Candide, who was trying to conceal his excitement, and said confidently, Do you think I'll die so easily? Candide, who had always given others a gloomy feeling, revealed a rare gratified smile. He awkwardly smiled and said, It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. I have a general understanding of the Empire's current situation. However, I still need to ask you about some secretive matters in order to get the answers I want. Han Shoror smiled at Candide and said naturally, apart from some matters on the surface, are there any other special matters in the Empire? You should know about the situation on the continent. Candide had long since lost the courage to treat Han Shoror as a subordinate. He looked at Han Shoror and slowly said, The Empire can still be considered stable, but the people are somewhat fearful. On one hand, it's because of the crisis at the southern border, and on the other hand, it's because of the pressure from Kossi Empire. During the 5 years you disappeared, the Empire and the Druidic Order reached an agreement to cooperate. The Druidic Order has played a rather important role in some battles these years. Also, those 3 women of yours are all dazzling figures in Lancelot Empire. Suitors can be found everywhere. I don't know what magic you used, but even though the Church of Light has confirmed that you, a heretic, have been eliminated, those 3 women actually didn't believe it. They have been bitterly waiting for your return all this time. I really can't help but admire them. Candide looked at Han Shoror like an elder as he narrated some of the things that had happened in the past 5 years. Han Shoror felt somewhat guilty towards Emily and the other 2 women. But after hearing Candide's words, he felt somewhat touched. 5 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a long time either. Especially after the news of his death was announced by the Church of Light, the 3 women had waited for him till the end. This tenacity of their affection had indeed exceeded Han Shoror's expectations. Congratulations on becoming a sacred magus, sighed Han Shaw in his heart. He looked at Candide smilingly and said sincerely, "Isn't it all because of you? If it wasn't for the letter you gave me, how could I have comprehended the true essence of the elemental energy of darkness so quickly and entered this new realm in just a few years?" Candide smiled at Han Shaw, calmly admitting that all of this was because of Han Shaw's help. "It's also the result of your own hard work." Han Shaw didn't claim credit for himself. He grinned and said, "However, becoming a sacred magus of darkness is only at the threshold of power. There's still a long way to go." Candide's smile disappeared. He sized up Han Shaw and said solemnly, "Why don't you have the aura of a necromancer? Instead, you have a very strong aura of slaughter." "What happened back then?" "It's nothing. The Church of Light shamelessly schemed against me. Hihi, they thought I was long dead. It's just that I'm blessed with a great life. Not only did I not die, but I also had other fortuitous encounters." Han Shaw laughed heartily, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. "What realm are you at now?" Candide asked solemnly after staring at Han Shaw for a while. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shaw said in a relaxed manner, "When I'm free, I'll wipe out the Church of Light. Then you will know what realm I'm at." These words were incomparably arrogant, but coming from Han Shaw's mouth, that kind of confidence made Candide flabbergasted. After staring blankly for a long while, Candide finally forced a smile and shook his head. He advised, "If you dare to say so, I know that your strength must have skyrocketed. It's just that the Church of Light is the #1 religious organization on Profound Continent. No matter how strong you are, it's impossible for you to do it alone. Let's do it step by step in the future." Han Shaw smiled and did not reply. His face was filled with indifference, as though destroying the #1 religious organization on Profound Continent was just a trivial matter. The two chatted for a while more before Han Shaw smilingly said, "Emily has returned. You two continue chatting." Candide thought for a moment when he saw Han Shaw stand up, and said, "After you finish talking with Emily, it's best that you meet His Majesty. I believe he will be very pleased." "Got it," Han Shaw said in a carefree smile. He stood up and was about to leave. "Hold on." Before Han Shaw left, Candide suddenly spoke. Under Han Shaw's attentive gaze, Candide hesitated for a moment and said in a somewhat awkward manner, "Although you have been away for 5 years, Brettel City has become more and more powerful. The 7 Grand Duchies can be considered as Brettel City's territory. Jack, Dorcas, and the others are all your subordinates and only listen to your orders. It seems that Brettel City has become another country. His Majesty is His Majesty after all. The Empire hasn't been doing too well these past few years. He has always taken the attitude of letting your subordinates manage Brettel City." Han Shaw waved his hand to stop Candide from continuing. Looking deeply at Candide, Han Shaw put on a faint smile and said, "Say no more, I know what I'm doing." Candide was relieved. He nodded and said, "That's good. His Majesty the King wouldn't be too relieved when you weren't around. But now that you are back, he shouldn't be worried anymore. These past few years, His Majesty has been believing in Astrologer Grace's words more and more. He said frankly that without you, the Empire really isn't doing too well." Han Shaw stared blankly for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he really felt some admiration for that dead Astrologer Grace. That woman's prophecy before her death was surprisingly accurate. By now, Han Shaw had long understood that the astrology that Astrologer Grace practiced was actually the most mysterious of the 4 edictal forces, the Edict of Destiny. However, it was obvious that Grace hadn't delved too deeply into it. She could only predict some destinies, and didn't even know how to use the most basic Edict of Destiny. The 4 edictal forces of destruction, life, spacetime, and destiny. The number of people who practiced the edictal forces of destruction and life was already somewhat scarce. As for the edictal forces of spacetime and destiny, the number of people who practiced them was even rarer. The reason for this was that these 2 edictal forces were really too mysterious. Without guidance, one might not even be able to find the way to practice them. "All right, Emily has arrived. I'm leaving." Thinking in his heart, Han Shoror left in a carefree manner and walked towards Emily's room. Chapter 591. You still know to come back. Emily threw herself into Han Shoror's arms and used all her strength to hug Han Shoror tightly as she said emotionally. After being nourished by the rebirth pill and Han Shoror, Emily's skin was fair and tender, as if she had become younger and younger. Emily, who was already a sacred magus of the dark element, naturally had a mysterious and charming temperament. Her fiery eyes gazed at Han Shoror, releasing a soul-stirring beauty. Han Shoror gently patted Emily's shoulder and was also deeply moved. His face was full of pity as he gently comforted Emily, who couldn't help herself. Where have you been these years? The Church of Light said you were dead. We were worried for a long time and didn't know whether you were dead or alive. In front of outsiders, Emily, Phoebe, and the other two girls had always scoffed at the Church of Light's statement. However, they had always been worried in their hearts. Today, facing Han Shoror, they finally couldn't pretend to be strong and showed their weak side. Don't cry, don't cry. Han Shoror hugged Emily and gently comforted Emily, who was showing her true weakness. His heart was full of guilt. Just as Han Shoror was comforting Emily in a soft voice, hurried footsteps could be heard. The newcomer didn't seem to want to delay even a moment. Their footsteps were incomparably disorderly. Two pretty faces with teardrops on their cheeks fell into Han Shoror's eyes almost at the same time. Phoebe and Fanny walked over while holding hands. When their eyes saw Han Shoror standing there proudly, their eyes couldn't move away from Han Shoror. The moment their eyes met, the two girls flew towards Han Shoror and threw themselves into Han Shoror's arms. Fanny tightly hugged one of Han Shoror's arms and sobbed softly. Phoebe punched Han Shoror's chest, seemingly using this method to relieve the excitement of suddenly seeing Han Shoror. Just like Emily, Phoebe and Fanny had become more and more beautiful. Due to their great increase in strength, their bodies naturally had an awe-inspiring temperament that people didn't dare to look at directly. The three girls who were the center of attention in Lancelot Empire couldn't control themselves at this moment. They cried in front of Han Shoror, expressing the agitation in their hearts in their unique way. Han Shoror felt somewhat sour in his heart. Looking at the three girls who were now his own, bits and pieces of the past clearly surfaced in his mind, making him indescribably emotional. All right, aren't I back? Han Shoror's two hands moved at the same time, frantically wiping away the tears on the three girls' faces. With a sad smile, he said, if those talented youths of Lancelot Empire knew that the three of you, who were as awe-inspiring and inviolable as goddesses, had such a weak appearance, I wonder what they would think. After fiercely punching Han Shoror, Phoebe resentfully glared at Han Shoror and angrily said, "What have you been doing for the past 5 years? How come there wasn't even the slightest bit of news? Do you know how worried we were about you?" Nodding his head with a bitter smile, Han Shoror reached out his hand and straightened the messy hair on Phoebe's forehead. He helplessly said, "I also had no choice. I don't know how many planes of existence we are separated by. Even if I wanted to send you a message, I wouldn't be able to." When these words were spoken, the shock of the three girls surpassed their sadness. Their bright eyes abruptly shot out a bright radiance as they cried out in surprise, "What? 5 years ago, because I was schemed against, I fell to another plane of existence. In the other plane of existence, I experienced some things. After going through untold hardships, I finally found a way to return." Looking at the three girls, Han Shoror slowly explained. What happened? Even the experienced and knowledgeable Emily was shocked to the extreme by Han Shoror's words. Her black eyebrows slightly trembled as she anxiously asked. It's a long story. Looking at the three women who'd had intimate relations with him, Han Shoror slowly narrated the course of events to the three women in simple terms. Although Han Shoror wasn't a brilliant speaker, because his experiences were too thrilling and exciting, in addition to the fact that the three girls cared about him very much, when he said these words, the three girls were pleasantly surprised. Rich expressions constantly emerged on their faces. The Church of Light is really too shameless and despicable. Phoebe was enraged. She clenched her teeth and fiercely said, "We want revenge. Don't worry, they won't be jumping around for much longer." When Han Shoror recalled the past, He found it hard to suppress the indignation in his heart. In a cold voice, he said, "Not only the Church of Light, but the primordial dragon will also have to pay the price for what he has done. Brian, you said that you have become a god." Emily, on the other hand, was stunned by Han Shoror's last words. She looked at Han Shoror with trembling eyes. Han Shoror put on a carefree smile and proudly said, "That's right. Although Profound Continent is vast, I believe that there aren't many people who can stop me." Han Shoror was being modest. Given his current strength, he could do whatever he wanted on Profound Continent. The Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice were nothing in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Profound Continent, the primordial dragon he once met in the depths of the dark forest should be the most powerful being on Profound Continent. However, even the primordial dragon was merely a low god cultivating in the elemental energy of Earth. Han Shoror, with his 3 souls, and 2 low god avatars, could easily defeat him. Although Profound Continent was vast, it would be hard to find an expert who could contend with him head-on. Become a god? What kind of realm is this? Phoebe had also awoken from her rage and looked at Han Shoror in disbelief as she murmured, This is too unbelievable." Fanny, who was tightly hugging Han Shoror's arm, had intense amazement in her beautiful eyes. She simply didn't know what to say when she looked at Han Shoror. The reactions of the 3 ladies were within Han Shoror's expectations. With one thought, he unfolded the domain of divinity. In an instant, the surrounding space was distorted by the edict of destruction. All elemental energies vanished without a trace. What's going on? What's going on? Oh my God, my energy, I don't have any energy left. Before the 3 ladies could react, panicked shouts were heard from outside. The faces of those Dark Mantle members were filled with fear. They couldn't help but shout and yell. It was a very lively scene. For any successful cultivator, once the power they relied on for survival disappeared without a trace, that kind of fear was very difficult to adapt to. Even the demons of the Abyss realm who were used to it would tremble in fear whenever they were in the domain of divinity of the 4 demon kings, let alone these people who were experiencing such a situation for the first time. This is a characteristic of the domain of divinity. Those who have yet to reach the divine realm, no matter what realm they were at, will face death when facing a god. Han Shoror explained with a smile when he saw that the 3 ladies were equally uneasy. This is too terrifying. The faces of the 3 ladies were aghast. Within the domain of divinity, they, who were high and mighty in the Lancelot Empire, suddenly felt as though they were helpless lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They felt a sense of powerlessness and frustration. With a faint smile, Han Shoror withdrew the domain of divinity and the space elemental energy returned to normal. In an instant, the 3 ladies felt the return of their energy and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Their restless minds calmed down. The clamoring Dark Mantle members outside were even more astonished. They were still discussing spiritedly. Some said that what happened just now was just an illusion. However, most of them understood that it wasn't an illusion. They were all talking at once but couldn't find an answer. The 3 ladies looked at Han Shoror with eyes full of worship. Even the 3 of them were awed by this fact. With a faint smile, Han Shoror took out a green crystal from his space ring. He held Fanny's hand and handed it over. In a deep voice, he said, "This crystal contains a very strong element of death. I will teach you a method. Take some time to absorb the element of death in the crystal into your body. This will greatly increase your strength and allow you to cultivate a body of element." This was an elemental crystal of death that Han Shoror had obtained from the body of a base god in the netherworld. That person's soul had been forcibly occupied by Han Shoror and cultivated into an avatar of death. It turned out that the essence of the base god's crystal had condensed together to form this elemental crystal of death. Back then, Han Shoror had given Phoebe the divine weapon Starry Sky and Emily the origin crystal to cultivate the element of darkness. After 5 years, both Emily and Phoebe had become sacred rank experts. Among them, Emily had repeatedly obtained treasures from Han Shoror. Her speed of improvement was even more astounding. Based on Han Shoror's observation, she was about to break through to the demigod realm. Only Fanny, because she cultivated in the element of death, didn't receive any treasures from Han Shoror because Han Shoror had given all the good stuff to the little skull to absorb. Therefore, she was only a necromancy grand magus. For me? Fanny was overjoyed. Her hands trembled as she held the green crystal. She could feel the powerful element of death contained within it. She was so happy that she didn't know what to say. Every practitioner wanted to improve. All these years, Fanny had always felt inferior. She couldn't catch up to Phoebe and Emily no matter how hard she tried. This made her feel helpless and frustrated. She was also a woman. She was also Han Shoror's woman. She didn't want to be inferior to others. However, her aptitude was limited and she didn't have a good master to guide her. Because she cultivated in the element of death and didn't obtain many benefits from Han Shoror, her improvement was not obvious. Of course it's for you, Han Shoror affirmed. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed on Fanny's back. He opened his mouth and whispered into Fanny's ear, "Listen with your heart and feel with your heart. This is a method of cultivating the body in the abyss realm. Try to master it. Once you absorb the element of death in that crystal, you can form a body of element." Chapter 592. When a person suddenly obtained something he had been looking forward to for a long time, it was very difficult for him to calm down. Fanny was no exception. On one hand, it was Han Shoror's return, and on the other hand, it was the joy of the great advancement in her strength. This made it impossible for Fanny to calm down. After trying for a while, Han Shoror discovered that Fanny's soul was in a state of excitement all along. No matter how hard he tried, she couldn't sense what he was doing. He had no choice but to give up. Seeing that Fanny was rather anxious, Han Shoror said in a gentle voice, forget it. There's no rush. All right, forget it for today. That scoundrel is back anyway. We'll have plenty of time in the future." Phoebe smiled and consoled Fanny. With a thought, Han Shoror tried to observe Phoebe and Emily. He discovered that the two women were sincerely happy for Fanny. There wasn't the slightest trace of jealousy or dissatisfaction that Han Shoror had imagined. Back when he left Profound Continent, Han Shoror discovered that there was still some estrangement between the three ladies. He had even thought of a way to appease the other two ladies. He didn't expect that the three ladies would actually get along so well. This was somewhat out of Han Shoror's expectation. Emily's eyes roamed around Han Shoror's face. As though she understood what Han Shoror was thinking, she giggled and said, "Do you think that we would be jealous?" "Somewhat. I didn't expect that the two of you have become so close." Han Shoror didn't try to conceal it and put on a puzzled expression. "You've been gone for 5 years. During such a long time, the three of us could only sense your existence through our mutual acquaintance when we were together. During these 5 years, the three of us would meet each other almost every few days. None of us are the kind of narrow-minded women. We've come to terms with everything. Some of the original barriers have already disappeared without a trace." Emily giggled as she explained to Han Shoror. Phoebe also rolled her eyes at Han Shoror, as if she wanted to prove the closeness between her and Fanny. She grabbed Fanny's jade arm and glared at Han Shoror. "Our relationship is even closer than with you now." Han Shoror was stunned. He exclaimed in surprise, "More intimate than me? You won't do that kind of thing while I'm not here, will you?" The three women blushed at the same time and said in unison, "Of course not. Bastard, what are you thinking?" Phoebe fiercely pinched Han Shoror. She blushed and said angrily, "We won't be as lascivious as you. On the other hand, that new dark elf of yours had the intention, but we firmly rejected her." "Adele?" Han Shoror was startled and said angrily, "You didn't let her have her way, did you?" "Who's Adele?" Phoebe asked doubtfully. "She's the dark elf you mentioned. Her original name is Adele." Han Shoror quickly explained and hurriedly asked, "That woman isn't anything good." "Damn it, you're my women. Although she's also a woman, but my women can't be touched by other women." Emily frowned and said solemnly, "No. Her origins are unknown. Although she considers herself to be your woman, we've always been on guard against her." After a pause, Emily slowly said, "This woman is too scheming, even to her own people. We don't like her, So we're just feigning civility with her. You're quite accurate. Han Shoror breathed a sigh of relief and explained, this woman has her own goals in coming to Brettel City. Humph, running amok in my territory. I'll kill her as soon as I return. You killed her. How could you bear to kill such a beautiful woman? Phoebe looked at Han Shoror strangely and asked doubtfully, you didn't rape her first and then kill her, did you? Han Shoror was speechless. Han Shoror angrily looked at Phoebe. He discovered that Phoebe was becoming smarter and smarter. She'd actually seen through his actions in an instant. In order to cover it up, Han Shoror pretended to be distressed and said, Phoebe, Phoebe, why are your thoughts so dirty? Why didn't you say I killed her first and then raped her? She's been painstakingly plotting to kill me. I naturally can't give her any chance. Brian, what's going on? When Fanny heard that Adele had been scheming to kill her man, she didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for her. Instead, she became somewhat resentful. Han Shoror naturally wouldn't tell her about how he'd raped and killed Adele all those years ago. He casually labeled Adele as a sinister and ruthless snake or scorpion, dodging the matter. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll make a trip to the palace first and talk to Lawrence about this matter. I'll look for you when I come out. Business was more important. Even if it wasn't for Lancelot Empire, Han Shoror still wanted to help Lawrence for the sake of those he cared about. Up until now, Han Shoror increasingly felt that Grace's prophecy was incomparably accurate. It was precisely because of his appearance that Lawrence was able to ascend to the throne and conquer the 7 Grand Duchies. And because of his departure, Lancelot Empire had fallen into a predicament. Now that he'd returned, Lancelot Empire was about to usher in its new glory. All sorts of signs indicated that as long as he was in Lancelot Empire would prosper. It was exactly the same as what Grace had said back then. The Edict of Fate was indeed a miraculous power. Han Shoror sighed with emotion in his heart. It wasn't easy for you to come back. We sisters have been waiting for you for a long time. Can't you spend more time with us? Emily complained. When she said this, Fanny and Phoebe also had resentful looks in their eyes. We'll have plenty of time in the future, Han Shoror explained smilingly. Soon after, his heart jolted as he understood something from Emily's resentment. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I've just said that this isn't my original body. That matter isn't very convenient. With Han Shoror's reminder, the 3 ladies suddenly came to their senses. They also heard the implied meaning in Han Shoror's words and knew that he had guessed their inner shyness. The 3 ladies looked at each other and blushed at the same time. They laughed and scolded, Go. Don't worry. When my original body returns, I'll definitely feed you all. Then, we'll have a taste of sleeping together. Han Shoror laughed proudly. His body flashed and he disappeared from the 3 ladies' eyes. That scoundrel, he's not serious at all, Phoebe said angrily with a flushed face. After a while, when she saw that the 2 ladies weren't saying anything, she couldn't help but look at Fanny and Emily in puzzlement. She saw that the 2 ladies were blushing and their eyes were overflowing with amorous feelings. Their bodies were delicate and weak, as though they were thinking of something wonderful. You 2 little hussies, look at yourselves in the mirror. If those admirers saw you, they would definitely have a heart attack. With just a glance, Phoebe knew what the 2 ladies were thinking and scolded them with a smile. Aren't you the same? Look at yourself in the mirror before talking about us. How are you any better than us? Fanny chuckled and scolded back. The room was brimming with joyful and happy giggles. 5 years of bitterness vanished at this moment and the room was filled with contented joy. Lord Brian, you're really a role model for our generation. You've actually subdued the 3 goddesses of the Empire. Nonsense, Lord Brian is the legend of our dark mantle, the pride of the Empire. Only a person like him has the means to make the 3 goddesses of the Empire bow their heads and willingly wait for him for 5 years. He's really a god. Those members of the Dark Mantle who heard the silver bell-like laughter sighed in admiration. Lancelot Empire's Imperial Palace. Han Shoror easily passed through layers upon layers of defenses and arrived unimpeded at the palace where Lawrence handled official business without making a single sound. Compared to before, Lawrence was much calmer. Although he looked exhausted, he was still concentrating on examining and approving documents. Judging from his focused appearance, it seemed as though he could continue for a year or two if no one disturbed him. Through Jack, Dorcas, and the others, as well as the enormous dark mantle apparatus, Hanshaw knew that Lawrence was indeed a wise ruler. In the past few years, Lawrence had used all his wisdom on the internal construction of the empire. The empire had achieved remarkable results. None of the citizens of the empire dared to deny Lawrence's contributions to the Lancelot Empire. Even though the Lancelot Empire was currently facing the frenzied suppression of the Empire of Orcs and Cossi Empire, its defense was still impregnable under Lawrence's leadership. Because of this, although the citizens of Lancelot were somewhat fearful, they still had great faith in the power of the empire. There had not been a single civil strife, and the cohesiveness of the empire was astonishingly strong. For this to be the case, Lawrence deserved great credit. After silently observing for a while in the dark, Hanshaw could even clearly see a few tufts of white hair at the back of Lawrence's head. He sighed inwardly. Hanshaw knew that Lawrence must have been exhausted by the state's affairs all these years. Lawrence didn't disappoint him. After standing in silence for a long while, Hanshaw softly coughed. "Who is it?" Lawrence asked in a deep voice without raising his head. "Long time no see," Hanshaw replied, walking out from behind with a smile. Lawrence frowned when he heard the voice. He seemed to be a little puzzled by this familiar yet unfamiliar voice. Lawrence frowned and pondered for a while. Then, an irrepressible surprise suddenly burst out from his eyes. He abruptly raised his head and turned around, exclaiming with extreme joy, "Brian, is that you?" "It's me, I'm back," Hanshaw said with a smile. He paused for a moment, then said with a solemn expression, "I'm back to help you conquer the world." Chapter 593. I'm back to help you conquer the world in one fell swoop. With just one sentence, the king of Lancelot Empire, who had been frowning in anxiety for the past few years, was suddenly freed from his deep worries. Lawrence looked at Hanshaw, who hadn't changed much. He didn't know why, but he felt an indescribable sense of trust. It was as though as long as Hanshaw was in Lancelot Empire, he and the country had nothing to worry about. Even Lawrence couldn't understand what was going on with this feeling. Perhaps it was because Hanshaw's actions in the past few years had confirmed astrologer Grace's judgment. Or perhaps it was because Hanshaw had brought him all sorts of surprises before he had even become king, facing the invasion of two powerful enemies, the Empire of Orcs and Cossi Empire. Lawrence, as the ruler of a nation, had racked his brains to think of ways to reverse this unfavorable situation. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't find a suitable way to deal with these two great troubles. It was at this moment that Hanshaw returned. Pleasant surprise instantly filled Lawrence's face. Lawrence, who had always presented himself as a mature and steady person for the past few years, was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. "You're back. That's great, that's great. That damned light pope is indeed a despicable villain. Brian, I didn't let you down. I didn't let the Empire down. Apart from external threats, the Empire no longer has any internal worries." Smiling and nodding, Hanshaw's state of mind had become increasingly stable as his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. With his current realm, he could naturally tell that Lawrence's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. "There's no need for superfluous words. Before I came to see you, I had already clearly understood your efforts over the years. This time, I have come to help you resolve your current troubles," Hanshaw said in a deep voice. "Good. Good. Good." Lawrence said good 3 times in a row. He laughed heartily and said, "It's been 5 years since we last met, and you've become even more domineering than before. That's great. With you in Lancelot Empire, I can finally be at ease." With a wave of his hand, a chair from afar steadily flew and landed behind Hanshaw. Hanshaw sat down calmly and looked straight at the agitated Lawrence. He laid back comfortably and lazily said, "The current situation on the continent may seem chaotic and complicated, but in fact, it's nothing more than the struggle between the few major religions. The Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice are the most powerful. Therefore, the Odin Empire and Kossi Empire, which are supported by them, also have the upper hand. Not bad. When facing Han Shoror, Lawrence not only didn't have the arrogance that an emperor should have, but he also deliberately lowered his stance and said angrily, "I didn't believe that a religious organization could be behind a huge state, but now I believe it. The effect of an existence that stands above all other experts to a religion or a nation is simply too immeasurable." After hearing Lawrence's words, Han Shoror put on a faint smile. He understood that Lawrence must have learned something in the past few years. It seemed that the two demigod existences of the Church of Light and the six-horned tribal king of the soul race should have made him deeply understand the importance of the threat an expert could pose to a nation. Be at ease. From today onwards, those experts will no longer pose any threat to us. And our Lancelot Empire, just like how we conquered the 7 Grand Duchies back then, will conquer the entire profound continent in one fell swoop. Han Shoror's words were resolute and decisive. Absolutely savage. However, not only did Lawrence not feel that Han Shoror was being presumptuous, he instead felt an indescribable sense of peace and excitement that he was forcibly suppressing. Han Shoror extended a finger and arrogantly said, "1 month. In 1 month, I will help you sweep away all the experts of hostile religions." Even Lawrence, who was extremely confident in Han Shoror, was somewhat stunned. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Han Shoror's might, but that 1 month's time was just too short. And he deeply understood how terrifying the strength behind the enemy was. In just 1 month's time, Han Shoror had declared that he would sweep away all the religious experts on Profound Continent who were enemies of Lancelot Empire. This was just too savage, too arrogant. Lawrence looked at Han Shoror with some uncertainty and probed, "Brian, isn't 1 month a little too short? That alien race behind the Brut Merchant Alliance, that one from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light, that ice, say no more." Han Shoror smilingly interrupted Lawrence's description and said domineeringly, "You only need to prepare to mobilize the entire nation's military forces and clean up the mess for me. In the future, there will only be one empire on Profound Continent, and that is our Lancelot Empire." Upon finishing those words, Han Shoror stood up and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "If you trust me, then get ready." "Of course I trust you, but..." Lawrence didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "It's been 5 years since we last met. Han Shoror's appearance hasn't changed much, but why has his character become so insolent and domineering? Very well. Let's split up. I'll be the main attacker and you'll be the support." "That will do." Han Shoror immediately made his decision and said with a calm smile, "All right then, I'll take my leave." Starting from the Empire of Orcs at the southern border, our Lancelot Empire's war of conquest officially begins. Like an erratic ghostly shadow, Han Shoror's figure concealed in the darkness and vanished without a trace. Lawrence stared at Han Shoror with his eyes wide open. He felt as though Han Shoror had suddenly blended into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. South border city of the Empire of Orcs at the southern border of Lancelot Empire. The shadow of war had shrouded South Border City. Since the Empire of Orcs launched their first frenzied attack 2 years ago, South Border City had been embroiled in dozens of big and small battles. Compared to the Empire of Orcs in the past, the Orcs in the past 2 years seemed to have all gone mad. Not only had they gone mad, but they had also become unprecedentedly united and stubborn. Times in the past 2 years, Ferenz, known as the Empire's #1 military commander, had led the Empire's most powerful Howling Legion and firmly defended South Border City, never relaxing for a single day. In the beginning, not only was Ferenz able to defend South Border City with ease, but he was also able to launch an attack outside the city and achieve victory in 1 or 2 pursuit battles. However, gradually, more and more Orc troops gathered outside South Border City. Like a dense swarm of locusts, they covered the vast plains outside the city and attacked South Border City in a frenzied manner without fear of death. This was the art of tactical command. Even Ferenz didn't dare to go out of the city to face the Empire of Orcs who outnumbered them by too much, especially on the plains. Slowly, the Empire of South Border City that was able to defend the city with ease was whittled down bit by bit under the relentless bombardment of the enemy. At the same time, Kossi Empire to the west of the empire also launched a ferocious attack on the empire. The empire's army that had yet to recover from the invasion of the 7 Grand Duchies was mostly devoted to defending Kossi Empire. They were simply unable to provide any reinforcements for South Border City. Without an advantage, no matter how marvelous Ferencz's art of command was, he did not have enough troops at his disposal. In the face of the never-ending onslaught of the Empire of Orcs, the South Border City gradually became powerless. In every battle, the South Border City's army would be whittled down. Fortunately, the people of the southern border were valiant. Ferenc had a lofty status in the southern border, and His Majesty Lawrence's reputation had spread far and wide. Many able-bodied men voluntarily gave up their original occupations and threw themselves into the resistance against the Empire of Orcs for the sake of the safety of their homeland. It was precisely because of this that South Border City could hold its ground for 2 years without being breached. There would come a day when manpower was depleted. 2 years later, more than half of the South Border City's men in their prime had been depleted. Faced with the Orcs' seemingly tireless siege and the deaths that they suffered, many people's willpower had gradually become dispirited. The day before yesterday, the city gate was almost breached. South Border City was shrouded in unprecedented panic. "We're done for. No matter how powerful Lord Ferenc is, there's nothing he can do without troops at his disposal. Sigh, what should we do? His lordship has indeed treated us well. His Majesty the King is also wise. I really don't want to leave this place where I grew up. But I don't want to die either. Let's go to Brettel City. It's said that it's the safest city in the entire Lancelot Empire. After all, it's Lord Brian's city. Although Lord Brian has disappeared for 5 years, his lordship has a group of miraculous experts by his side. There shouldn't be any danger there. Sigh, I still don't want to leave my hometown unless it's absolutely necessary. Let's wait and see. If it really doesn't work out, we'll have no choice but to migrate thousands of miles in order to survive." Such conversations had been occurring frequently in recent days, and the frequency was getting higher and higher. Under the threat of death, everyone had to plan for themselves. Brettel City, which had been peaceful for the past few years and had developed rapidly in terms of military strength and financial resources, had unexpectedly become the first choice for everyone to migrate to. Just as the people of South Border City were in a state of panic, on this day, the magical transportation matrix within the city, which had not lit up for a long time, suddenly blossomed with brilliant light. "Hey, Miss has returned," the Chief Imperial Guard cried out in surprise. He was beyond excited to see the radiant Fanny. "Where is my father?" Fanny did not waste any time. She knitted her brows and asked straightforwardly. "His lordship is on top of the city walls, reinforcing the city walls with the civilians." "Sigh, he hasn't come down for a day and a night," the Chief Imperial Guard sighed softly, seemingly worried for Ferenc. "Come, let's go see father." Fanny pulled Hanshor and flew out of the city. "Who's that?" The Chief Imperial Guard stared blankly for a moment and suddenly asked in puzzlement. "I don't know. Hasn't Miss Fanny always rejected the advances of any young and talented men? Why did she suddenly change her character?" A knight was equally astonished. "Sigh, Lord Brian has disappeared for so many years. It seems that even Miss has forgotten about his lordship's contributions to the Empire. Sigh, forget it. We are just lowly soldiers. What's the point of worrying about this? However, Miss doesn't seem to be as loyal as we thought. Sigh, people's hearts are not what they used to be. People's hearts are not what they used to be." The sounds of discussion gradually died down. Chapter 594. The southern border city's city walls were like a woman who had been ravaged for a long time. The sturdy walls were dilapidated and full of scars. On a wall with obvious traces of gunpowder, the genius military commander of the Empire, Ferenc, was directing the soldiers and civilians with a haggard face. He would even personally move some large rocks to repair the loose wall. Ferenc, who was busy among the crowd, was no longer as high-spirited as he was in the past. His hair was disheveled and his armor was covered in a layer of dust, no longer as shiny as before. If it wasn't for Hanshor's excellent memory, It would have been very difficult for ordinary people to recognize him from the crowd. They would have only thought of him as a poor man past his prime. The bitter battle brought more and more unbearable pressure to the people of the southern border. However, as the protector of the southern border, the pressure on Ferenz was absolutely greater than everyone else's. "Father, how did you become like this?" A sorrowful cry came from Fanny's mouth. The fleeting Fanny arrived beside Ferenz in the blink of an eye. Sparkling and translucent tears were already rolling down her cheeks, as if they would overflow at any moment. "Lass, how did you come to the southern border?" Ferenz was extremely surprised to see his daughter. He smiled and shouted loudly. He opened his arms and intended to give Fanny a hug. As if he suddenly recalled something, Ferenz abruptly stopped his actions. The surprise on his face abruptly faded as he solemnly said, "What are you doing here? Didn't I send you a letter telling you not to come? The situation in the southern border is so dangerous. I don't want you to come here and bear unnecessary danger. You can't hold on much longer yourself. Why do you still care about me?" Fanny angrily cried out. She could no longer control the rolling tears in her eyes. 2 long trails of tears immediately formed on her tender white cheeks. "I know you care about me, but your daughter is just as worried about you, father." A trace of relief and joy flashed across his eyes, but it was well concealed by Ferenz. He pointed at Fanny and angrily shouted, "As the commander of the southern border army, even if I die here in battle, it is still my responsibility. But you're different. You're one of the most outstanding Grand Magi in the Empire, as well as the director of the Necromancy Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. You have great responsibilities and so many students to teach. How can you bear unnecessary danger here? I'm not here in any other capacity. I'm your daughter. I'm worried about you, and I'm here to see you. That's all." Fanny had already arrived at Ferenz's side. Ignoring Ferenz's objections, she reached out her hand to tidy up Ferenz's messy hair. Before Ferenz lost his temper, she softly said, "Besides, I didn't come here alone. Who else?" Ferenz stared blankly for a moment before following Fanny's gaze. Suddenly, his expression changed as though he had seen a ghost. He abruptly cursed, "Smelly brat, it's actually you. For 5 years, there was no news at all. Do you know how hard my daughter has been waiting for you? Little bastard, what did you promise me? Is this how you treat those women who love you? Just like that?" A torrent of curses gushed out from Ferenz's mouth. When Ferenz saw Han Shoror, his fiery temper could no longer be controlled. His curses showed no signs of stopping. Han Shoror smiled wryly. He admired his father-in-law's temper but felt helpless at the same time. In addition, what Ferenz said was the truth. Han Shoror simply could not find any reason to refute and could only let Ferenz vent the anger in his heart. A string of curses came out of Ferenz's mouth. The explosive power unleashed was indeed astonishing. After a while, when Han Shoror saw that Ferenz still showed no signs of stopping, he used his divine energy to isolate the surrounding sound. With a smile on his face, Han Shoror nodded repeatedly, as though he was seriously listening to Ferenz's lecture. His attitude was surprisingly good. "Smelly brat, don't think that I'll let you off just because your attitude is good." After a bout of cursing, Ferenz no longer had any strength left. He glared fiercely at Han Shoror and finally expressed his unwillingness to let the matter rest. Although Han Shoror, who had been looking at Ferenz with a smile on his face, did not hear Ferenz's curses, he could sense that Ferenz had successfully vented the heavy pressure in his heart by cursing to his heart's content. Although Ferenz appeared to be exhausted from cursing, Han Shoror knew that Ferenz's mental state had obviously relaxed a lot after such a bout of cursing. "Let's not talk about personal matters for now. The reason I came here this time is to lend you a hand and eliminate the threat of the Empire of Orcs." After Ferenz finished venting his anger, Han Shoror first expressed his sincere apologies for Fanny's sake before he calmly said, "That's right." "What? Clear up the threat of the Empire of Orcs? Have you disappeared for too long that you can't distinguish the situation?" Ferenz, who had just calmed down, jumped up again like an ignited dynamite. He looked at Han Shoror as though he was looking at a lunatic and started shouting. "You heard me right. Han Shor confidently said, "Since I'm here, it means that there are basically no more obstacles in your mission." "Smelly brat, you're really crazy. Do you think you're facing 1 or 2 orcs? Do you think you can repel an army of more than 100,000 orcs by yourself? Do you think you're a god?" Ferenz was almost driven mad by Han Shor. He felt that Han Shor's words were a little too arrogant. "To an ordinary person, I'm indeed a god," Han Shor proudly said. Ferenz suddenly jumped up and pointed at Han Shor with a flushed face. Just as he was about to say something, Han Shor suddenly waved his hand and interrupted him. Han Shor arrogantly said, "Say no more. You'll see the truth very soon." Han Shor did not give Ferenz the chance to jump up and curse. After finishing his words, Han Shor swaggered out of the city. Under the baffled gazes of many soldiers and civilians of the south border city, Han Shor flew step by step towards the dense mass of orc tents in front of him. "Who is that? How dare he speak to Lord Ferenz like that?" a burly civilian asked in astonishment. "Lord Brian. His Lord Brian. I was fortunate enough to meet him once in Ossen City. There's no mistaking it." A military officer who had participated in the civil strife in Lancelot Empire a few years ago suddenly cried out in surprise. Everyone was shocked when they heard his word. All the soldiers and civilians on the city wall who heard the military officer's cry were like hot water that had been roasted in a fire for a long time suddenly boiling. Clamorous shouts of surprise erupted from every corner of the city wall. "Lord Brian has appeared. The undefeated Lord Brian who had challenged the experts of the Empire has appeared. The southern border is in luck. The war at the southern border is about to take a turn for the better. Lord Brian is the Lord of Brettel City. Since he has appeared, the Iron Blood Legion of Brettel City should be arriving soon." That's right, that's right. The Iron Blood Legion is the most powerful legion in the Empire apart from the Howling Legion. Moreover, the Iron Blood Legion hasn't suffered any casualties in the war. Their arrival this time will definitely bring hope to South Border City. We don't have to leave our hometown anymore. That's great, that's great. Heated discussions reverberated around the city wall. Every soldier and civilian who heard of Han Shor's arrival was brimming with excitement and joy. This hopelessly arrogant brat actually made so many soldiers and civilians feel at ease. Damn it, I wonder what those people will think if they see him being torn apart by the Empire of Orcs. That bastard who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, does he really think that he can turn the tide by himself and resolve the crisis that we haven't been able to resolve for 2 years? Ferenz lowered his voice and growled while looking at his daughter. Perhaps. In this world, nothing is absolute. Fanny covered her mouth and laughed. Soon after, she shook Ferenz's arm and said coquettishly, "Father, Brian has been delayed until now because of the Church of Light. Please don't blame him, okay? Not good." Ferenz put on a stern face and furiously glared at Fanny. He scolded in a low voice, "Has this little bastard been driven crazy? Why didn't you stop him from taking such an audacious action? You little lass, why are you so insensible?" Fanny snorted angrily after being reprimanded by Ferenz. Knowing that he wouldn't believe her no matter what she said, she didn't bother to explain. She just looked at Han Shor with sparkling eyes and waited for Han Shor to make his move. Lord Brian is actually charging towards the Empire of Orcs. Oh my god, has Lord Brian gone mad? That's an orc army of more than 100,000. What's going on? Why is Lord Brian so irrational? Oh my god, what should we do? When the soldiers and civilians outside the city wall finally discovered the purpose of Han Shor's action, they started screaming one after another. The noise on the city wall became even louder and more chaotic. Just when everyone was either openly or secretly worried about Han Shor, a bright light flashed across the horizon. All of a sudden, an enormous bone dragon broke through the sky. On top of the bone dragon was a disdainful Lord of Death. Little Skull held a slender bone spur in his hand and silently issued a summoning call. As a low god who cultivated in the elemental energy of necromancy, Little Skull's control of necromancy energy had improved substantially. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, tens of thousands of undead creatures appeared in the sky amidst rays of light. Under Little Skull's majestic command, the undead creatures lined up neatly and methodically charged towards the empire of orcs. Rays of light shot across the sky. The elemental energy of death was extremely dense. Under Little Skull's summon, those undead creatures rushed madly from the netherworld without a care for their lives. In an instant, they had occupied several large areas. Chapter 595. Within a short period of time, innumerable undead creatures had appeared outside the south border city. Little Skull's strength had obviously skyrocketed after he became a god. Unknowingly, he had become extremely adept at manipulating the element of death. This might have been due to some sort of inspiration from the gravestone on his chest. Enormous undead creatures came from the netherworld one after another. Under Little Skull's command, they lined up neatly and charged at the orc army. In an instant, the area outside the south border city had turned into a kingdom of the undead. Under the influence of Little Skull's domain of divinity, the extremely dense element of death frantically converged and provided the enormous number of undead creatures with an endless supply of energy. The soldiers and civilians watching from the top of the south border city walls were all dumbfounded. They knew that Han-Shoror was a powerful necromancer, but they were still astonished when they saw such a terrifying army of undead creatures appear with their own eyes. At a glance, there were densely packed undead creatures everywhere. They seemed to have blotted out the sky and earth. When they ferociously charged at the orc army, their indomitable momentum was extremely frightening. Unbelievable. How could Lord Brian be so terrifying? Heavens, so many undead creatures. So it turns out that necromancy magic can be so valiant when cultivated to a high realm. We're saved. Haha, those damned orcs, they're going to suffer. What's going on? How could he be so powerful? Ferenz was obviously taken aback and asked Fanny, who was beside him, in a somewhat hurried manner. I'm not too sure either. I didn't expect his realm to be so terrifying. As a fellow practitioner of necromancy magic, Fanny naturally understood that the appearance of every undead creature would deplete the summoner's mental strength. There were thousands upon thousands of undead creatures outside South Border City. Fanny simply didn't dare to imagine how enormous the mental strength required to summon them would be. Lass, why did this kid suddenly appear? Do you know where he has been for the past 5 years? Ferenz was obviously very curious about Han-Shoror's disappearance. Seeing that Han-Shoror's strength had once again improved at an inconceivable rate, Ferenz was truly astounded. I'm not too sure either. It's just that as soon as he returned, he came to help the southern border. Han-Shoror's experiences in the Abyss realm were too unimaginable. Without reaching a certain realm of strength, most people would not believe him. Therefore, Fanny did not explain it to her father. Brat, at least you still have some conscience. Ferenz coldly snorted when he heard Fanny defending Han-Shoror. However, his tone was clearly much more relaxed. Look, they've started fighting. A joyful cry suddenly sounded from the top of the city wall of the south border city. Everyone turned to look and discovered that the undead creatures that covered the mountains and plains had officially begun their attack on the orcs. Gargoyles covered the sky like dark clouds. A few bone dragons moved without wings, bringing with them a large amount of death element. Below them was the Skeleton King and the Zombie King. They were led by a large number of old fey demons, bone devils, mummies, evil knights, hate demons, and zombies. The undead creatures that covered the mountains and plains were still emerging in a steady stream along with streaks of lightning bolts in the sky. The massive invasion of the undead creatures immediately caused the orc army to be in a state of chaos. After a long and loud horn call, all the orcs were roused. The orcs at the front were already engaged in battle with the undead creatures that were charging towards them. However, the orcs at the back were still clueless as to what was going on. Each and every one of them picked up their weapons in a daze and asked the people beside them what was going on. When a few powerful orc shamans saw the gargoyles surging towards them, they hastily flew into the sky. Riding on their strange contracted beasts, they chanted mysterious characters in the ancient orc language, forming all kinds of boundaries around them. It was at this moment that Han-Shoror, who did not take any further action after summoning Little Skull from the netherworld, suddenly made his move. He transformed into a huge bloody radiance and shot towards the orc army. Midway, Han Shuo's avatar reverted to its original appearance. A long sword glistening with bloody radiance floated in the bloody waves. A destructive energy shrouded the entire battlefield in a split second. At this moment, whether it was the orc army or the city walls of the south border city, everyone could feel the destructive energy. Under the awe of this enormous destructive energy, everyone's gazes were focused on the long sword emitting a sinister aura. "It's Brian!" Fanny cried out in surprise. A sense of pride involuntarily welled up in her heart when she sensed the boundless destructive energy spreading from the sword. "Oh my God, what a terrifying aura!" Ferenz finally could not suppress the shock in his heart and exclaimed softly. The undead creatures were still charging tirelessly at the Orc Empire. The battle at South Border City had fully unfolded. However, on the city walls of the South Border City, the soldiers and civilians who had always been on the defensive had all quieted down. They held their breaths and concentrated their attention on the long sword floating in the bloody waves outside the South Border City. No one knew where Han Shuo was, but everyone knew that the long sword that was constantly emitting destructive energy was being controlled by Han Shuo. With the long sword as the center, destructive energy suddenly erupted like a mountain torrent. Streaks of energy invisible to the naked eye shot out from the Demon Slayer edge and blasted towards the orcs in all directions. Miserable wails and howls came out of those orcs' mouths. When the crowd focused their attention, they suddenly discovered that the Orc Empire within 300 meters of the longsword seemed to have been baptized by Doomsday. Amidst the agonizing howls, the orcs were all torn apart and turned into a bloody mist that dissipated into the air. Not a single one of the thousands of orc warriors in that area was intact. On the city walls of the South Border City, everyone was concentrating their attention on the long sword. Not a single one of them knew what had just happened. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of orc warriors had suddenly turned into bloody mist before their eyes. Not even their bones were left behind. The South Border City had been filled with clamorous exclamations and discussions. It was so eerily silent that even a pin drop could be heard. All the soldiers and civilians who saw that scene were shocked by that frightening lethality. In an instant, thousands of savage and powerful beastman warriors were so easily and simply crushed into a bloody mist. Such a frightening scene was too horrifying. Fanny's bright eyes sparkled. Although she felt that the scene was rather cruel, as Han Shuo's woman, her vanity far outweighed her sympathy for the orcs when she saw her man's invincible might. Moreover, seeing that the South Border City was sparsely populated, she did not feel that the orcs were worthy of sympathy. Ferenz's mouth was agape. His face was lifeless and his eyes were vacant. Coupled with his dirty and torn clothes, he looked no different from an idiot. Most of the people on the city walls had the same expression as Ferenz. Some of them were even more shocked than Ferenz. They stood there as though they had turned into stone statues. They were just ordinary soldiers and civilians who had not seen much of a spectacle. Moreover, Han Shuo's attack was too exaggerated. The impact of that scene on them was too great. They simply could not react for a while. The Demon Slayer edge did not calm down after unleashing that attack. Instead, it rapidly absorbed the energy of death that had just perished from the bloody mist. The battle between the undead creatures and the orc army was still going on. The cruel and bloody battle was in full swing. After a long while, the South Border City, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst into extremely high-pitched cheers. A cry of surprise rang out, jolting everyone back to their senses from their dazed state. An even louder and more enthusiastic clamor came from the mouths of those who were excited. That unforgettable scene was still repeatedly replaying in their minds. They scrambled to discuss it and cheered loudly. Their enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. Ferenz shook his head and forced a smile. His face was filled with an odd expression. He sighed to the jubilant Fanny beside him. "Is this kid even human? I haven't seen him for 5 years. How did he become so terrifying? How would he dare to charge into an orc army of more than 100,000 by himself if he didn't possess the strength to stand above all living beings?" Fanny raised her head proudly and cheered, as though she was the one who unleashed that attack. As Han Shoror's woman, she appeared to be even more excited and proud than Han Shoror when she saw Han Shoror's display of might. The battle continued. After the Demon Slayer edge absorbed the negative energy, it suddenly transformed into a long rainbow and shot towards the few orc shamans flying in the sky. As the blood-red light flashed past, the few orc shamans turned into a shower of blood that rained down on the orc warriors below. Little Skull rode on the bone dragon and soared above the battlefield. Wherever he passed, the energy of death would suddenly erupt. Large swathes of orc warriors died at the hands of Little Skull. During this process, Little Skull was still unceasingly summoning undead creatures. Tens of thousands of undead creatures from the netherworld stepped through the air and densely occupied every corner of the battlefield, bringing more and more pressure to the orc warriors. These undead creatures were unafraid of death. Under Little Skull's command, they fearlessly charged towards the orc army in an unending stream. Death was happening at every moment. Chapter 596. The gargoyles in the sky pressed down like a dark cloud. The undead creatures that covered the mountains and plains swarmed forward like a swarm of locusts. Little Skull, riding on the bone dragon, skillfully released a large area of effect necromancy magic that enveloped the orc warriors. When a god-grade existence descended to the mortal world, he was practically invincible if he didn't have an expert of the same level to contend with him. Although Little Skull was only a low god, necromancy magic was originally suitable for group battles. The enormous undead creatures tore through the air and actually drowned the orc warriors. Han Shoror transformed into a long sword that dragged along a long sword light. He slithered across the battlefield like a soaring dragon, crushing the orc warriors wherever he passed. Not a single one of them was left unscathed. This was not a battle of equal strength at all. With Han Shoror and Little Skeleton, two low gods on their side, the orc warriors who had been throwing their weight around for the past few years had completely become the target of slaughter. They had absolutely no ability to resist. Amidst the clamor, the orc warriors dispatched a few shamans. Faced with Han Shoror and Little Skull, who were much stronger than them, they were easily killed on the spot. This dealt a heavy psychological blow to the orc warriors. On the battlefield, the cruel massacre continued. The undead creatures that were everywhere had no sense of fear or pain. They were undoubtedly the most terrifying warriors. As long as their souls weren't destroyed, they could continue attacking even if their bodies were smashed to pieces. Under the cover of various auxiliary boundaries, the undead creatures' strength and speed were greatly enhanced. They continuously launched a frenzied assault on the orc warriors. Unknowingly, the orc army that had been eyeing the south border city covetously for the past few years had suffered heavy losses under the combined attacks of Han Shoror and Little Skull. None of the orc powerhouses who were sent to stop them were able to escape from their hands. They were all cleanly blasted into pieces. The enormous orc army, faced with the seemingly endless attacks of the undead creatures that didn't know pain or exhaustion, wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as they fell into pools of blood. Whoosh! 100-meter-long streak of bloody light ferociously bombarded the tents in the center of the orc army with an earth-shattering momentum. Rumble! The earth trembled, and sand and stones flew everywhere. A row of more than a dozen military tents exploded into pieces with a deafening explosion. Along with the military tents were pieces of bloody flesh. Dozens of military tents and dozens of leaders of the Orc Empire were killed just like that. The orcs are done for. Firenze shouted from the top of the south border city wall. His tone was agitated. Without a leader and experts, just relying on those soldiers will only lead to death. Fanny nodded in agreement. She looked at the orc warriors who were being slaughtered and shook her head with a sigh. Sigh, I don't know why these orcs are so determined to invade our empire. Look at them now. How many of them can survive after what Brian has done? The wars between nations are just that cruel. You don't need to sympathize with them. Too many soldiers and civilians of the south border city have died over the past few years. Their weapons are stained with the blood of the soldiers and civilians of the south border city. Perhaps Brian's arrival is the price they should pay. As a commander, Firenze was obviously not a soft-hearted person. In his eyes, Death in war was all too common. He was not the least bit affected by the death of the orc warriors. Having lost the command of their leaders and the protection of their experts, the orc warriors who could only passively defend were defeated as expected. Blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the orc warriors fell to the ground. Their corpses were left on the corpse-strewn ground. At the center of the battlefield, two lofty altars had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The energy stones on the altars glowed brightly and formed two cyclones that were constantly changing shapes. They collected strands of energy from the battlefield to replenish the divine energy in the bodies of those who had set up the altars. Of the two altars, one was shrouded in a dense aura of death, while the other was shimmering in a strange and blurry light. It seemed as though the law of destruction was being performed. The two altars, emitting different energy auras, operated together in the middle of the battlefield. They absorbed and collected the unique energy formed by the death and destruction on the battlefield bit by bit. As the energy of death and destruction on the battlefield increased, the number of orc warriors decreased. Gradually, the mournful, high-pitched howls turned intermittent and finally into silence. Han Shor reverted to his human form and stood proudly in the void. He looked down at the ground and discovered that the ground was littered with the corpses of orc warriors. It was getting harder and harder to find an orc that was still alive. As far as the eye could see, other than the corpses of the orcs, there were also the undead creatures that were blankly searching for living targets. It seemed that the battle had come to an end. Hovering in midair, Han Shor could sense strands of drifting energy flowing into his body through the altar at the center of the battlefield, fusing with the divine energy in his body. He could clearly feel the growth of his divine energy. At this moment, as he felt the growth of the energy, Han Shor gradually understood the intentions of the overgods of death and destruction. By relying on special methods, even though they were separated by multiple planes, through the use of altars and soul imprints, the sovereigns of death and destruction would be able to gain power from both destruction and death. The more people died, the more power they would gain. The death of over 100,000 orc warriors and the energy of destruction on the battlefield were absorbed by the altar that Han Shor had set up. He could clearly feel the rapid growth of his divine energy. After doing some calculations in his mind, Han Shor discovered that the energy of destruction caused by the death of over 100,000 orc warriors was equivalent to the power of faith of over 100,000 people over a few decades. It was also equivalent to the decades of silent cultivation of Han Shor's avatar of destruction. It was no wonder that the overgods of death and destruction would do everything possible to send their subordinates to other material planes to wreak havoc. It was much easier to obtain energy this way than to cultivate on their own. There were thousands of material planes. If countless lives were destroyed in every material plane, then the energy obtained by the overgods of death and destruction would definitely be able to greatly improve their divine energy. Father, they are no longer a threat. I need to go back and digest the energy I just obtained. Just as Han Shor was thinking, Little Skull sent a message. Looking up, Han Shor saw Little Skull riding the bone dragon on top of the altar of death. The gravestone on Little Skull's chest was spinning rapidly like a small whirlpool. The altar of death below seemed to have run out of energy and was no longer glowing. Han Shor replied. After observing for a while, Han Shor discovered that the gravestone on Little Skull's chest seemed to have the ability to speed up his absorption of the energy of death. He and Little Skull had set up the altar at almost the same time. Now, not only had Little Skull absorbed all the energy around the altar, even his body had completed the energy conversion, but Han Shor himself was only halfway through. Naturally, Little Skull would not be courteous with Han Shor. Riding on the bone dragon, he cast some kind of strange spell. The complicated magic circle in the center of the altar that was supposed to be used to collect the energy of death suddenly shone with a misty green light. One by one, the undead creatures swarmed into the misty green light and disappeared. The undead creatures left as quickly as they came. After a while, the enormous undead creatures returned to the netherworld through the altar under Little Skull. As the caster, Little Skull looked at Han Shor after seeing that the undead creatures had swarmed into the altar in an orderly manner. "All right, Father, please send me back." Han Shor was a little surprised, but he did not say anything. He cast a simple necromancy spell, and Little Skull disappeared in a flash of bright light as if he had been caught by space. This guy is getting more and more amazing. Han Shuro smiled and sighed. He was not in a hurry to leave, but instead hovered in place and silently absorbed the energy of destruction on the battlefield through the altar below. The amount of energy of destruction caused by the death of hundreds of thousands of orcs was quite considerable. Without a magical treasure like the gravestone, Han Shuro would need to spend more time and energy to absorb the energy than Little Skull. Han Shuro was not in a hurry. He hovered in the air and communicated with the altar with his soul. He spread out his domain of divinity and formed a spiderweb-like barrier to absorb the energy of destruction gathered by the altar. After a long while, Han Shuro let out a long sigh. He spread his hand and covered the altar below. The altar seemed to be covered by an invisible canvas, disappearing inch by inch under Han Shuro's body. Han Shuro surveyed the surroundings, looked at the corpses strewn all over the battlefield, looked at the messy weapons and armors, shook his head, and flew towards the distant south border city. If it was in the past, Han Shuro would definitely stay and collect the weapons and armor on the ground. However, Han Shuro was no longer the same as before. Those weapons and armor on the ground could no longer enter Han Shuro's eyes. Therefore, he naturally would not waste his time on them. A streak of light flashed past at high speed. A tall and majestic figure appeared beside Ferenz, who was still looking at the battlefield in astonishment. For the time being, South Border City should not be facing the threat of the Empire of Orcs again. Clean up the battlefield. Some things are still of some value, said Han Shuro with a faint smile as he looked at Ferenz beside him. Ferenz snapped out of his shock and turned his head to look at Han Shuro. Ferenz, who had always been bold and unrestrained, was actually a little timid at this moment. After staring blankly for a long while, he forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Hundreds of thousands of orcs, gone just like that. Even if the Empire of Orcs still has some military strength, I'm afraid they won't dare to invade our south border city again before the truth is clear." Han Shuro grinned and calmly said, "Oh, that's good. After I've dealt with the great threat that is the Kossi Empire, we can regroup our military strength and attack them instead." Ferenz remained silent for a long time after hearing Han Shuro's words. He sized up Han Shuro for a very long time before he finally said, "With you around, the Empire is invincible." Chapter 597. Within one night, Han Shuro's reputation in South Border City had far surpassed that of Ferenz, the Lord of the Southern Border. Ferenz had stayed in South Border City for 3 years, leading the Empire's most powerful Howling Legion in strenuous defense. However, even when faced with an army of more than 100,000 strong from the Empire of Orcs, they were still forced to retreat step by step. Han Shuro, on the other hand, appeared for the first time in 5 years. With his own strength, he slaughtered more than 100,000 savage orc warriors in less than a day. Since the founding of Lancelot Empire, no one had been able to match his might. Many soldiers and civilians of South Border City had personally witnessed this unprecedented and crazy feat from the top of the city walls. After being oppressed by the orc warriors for so long, the soldiers and civilians of South Border City could only watch helplessly as more than 100,000 orc warriors were annihilated in one day. That kind of excitement was absolutely uncontrollable. No one organized it, but all the soldiers and civilians of South Border City actually flocked to Han Shuro, expressing their gratitude in all kinds of ways. Some offered their personally cooked delicacies, some offered their ancestral armors and weapons to Han Shuro, some even offered their daughters to Han Shuro, hoping that Han Shuro would keep them as his maidservant. But most of all, they cheered again and again, shouting Han Shuro's name at the top of their lungs. It seemed that they wanted to express the excitement in their hearts through this kind of high-spirited cheering. What Han Shuro had done today was destined to become a legend in South Border City. With the threat of the Empire of Orcs gone, the people of South Border City gathered on the streets and cheered in unison, competing to spread the story of Han Shuro's magnificent feat of slaughtering more than 100,000 orc warriors single-handedly. The heavy atmosphere that had been shrouding South Border City had been cleansed by Han Shuro single-handedly. The imagination of the people was astonishing. As they spread the story, Han Shuro's figure grew bigger and bigger. Even though Han Shoror had yet to acknowledge it, the people of South Border City had already treated him as a god. Many people who had no spiritual support had even engraved Han Shoror's name on their faith tablets and started to worship him. A single person had killed over 100,000 savage and savage orcs in just one short hour. Aside from God, who else could do such a thing? As a matter of course, Han Shoror received the most honorable treatment in the South Border City. When he and Ferenz made their way to Han Shoror's mansion in the city, all the people along the way were scrambling to kneel down and worship them. They were willing to worship Han Shoror as their god. Looking at the citizens who were kowtowing on the ground, Han Shoror's heart did not waver too much. After thinking for a while, he decided to build a god's altar in the city. Flying to the center of the altar, Han Shoror expanded his domain of God, releasing a majestic aura that was like a towering mountain, slowly extending in all directions. Inside the realm of divinity, all the people of South Border City, including the soldiers of the Howling Legion, could not help but have the thought of willingly submitting to Han Shoror and believing in him for all eternity. Offer your faith to the god's altar, and I will ensure the safety of your South Border City. The voice that Han Shoror emitted with his divine energy reverberated continuously within the realm of divinity. It carried a mysterious power that could bewitch people's hearts, igniting the passion of the people who were willing to worship Han Shoror. With the shock of invincibility and the influence of the realm of divinity at this moment, the people of South Border City, whose passion had been raised to the extreme, did not hesitate at all. All of them offered the faith of their souls to the god's altar, becoming devout believers who offered the power of faith to Han Shoror. After setting up the god's altar, Han Shoror uttered some pompous words. Seeing that everything was going smoothly according to his plan, he left with Ferenz and Fanny and returned to Ferenz's mansion in South Border City. I've been working hard for the safety of South Border City for 3 years. Those people are only praying for my safety. But you've only been in South Border City for a day, and they've already treated you like a god. Sigh, people really can't be compared with each other. After entering the mansion, Ferenz rolled his eyes, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Fanny put on a sweet smile, went over to Ferenz's arm, and said with a sweet smile, "Father, if you can single-handedly resolve the threat of hundreds of thousands of orc warriors, not only the people of South Border City, but all the people of the southern border will truly treat you like a god." Ferenz put on a bitter smile, glared at Fanny, and pretended to be angry as he said, "Do you think that everyone is as crazy as that youngster? If I had that kind of strength, Lancelot Empire would have long dominated Profound Continent. Why would it still need to passively adopt defensive measures? That's why, we are just ordinary people, while Brian is a genius. It's to be expected that he can stand at such a high position and receive the worship of the people. You don't have to feel that it's unfair." Fanny giggled as she consoled Ferenz. A sense of pride involuntarily arose in her heart. Han Shoror was her man. The stronger he was, the more she liked him. "I will be staying in South Border City for 3 days. You and your daughter should have a good reunion." If there are any problems in South Border City or the southern border that you need me to resolve, let me know as soon as possible. I'll help you handle them. Han Shoror's low god of destruction body needed some time to digest the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. In addition, it had been a long time since Fanny and Ferenz had last seen each other. It was only natural for them to have some time to communicate. After witnessing the terrifying feat previously, Ferenz now faced Han Shoror without any regard for the consequences. Instead, he was more respectful, reserved, and a little uncomfortable. On one hand, it was because Ferenz had been thoroughly awed by Han Shoror's strength. On the other hand, it was because Han Shoror naturally possessed the aura of a superior after becoming a god. Under these two pressures, Ferenz, who had always been uninhibited in the Empire, suddenly seemed like a completely different person when facing Han Shoror. "All right, I'll make good arrangements in the next few days. If there's any problem that needs to be resolved by force, I won't be courteous with you," Ferenz said mischievously. "No matter how powerful you are, you're still my son-in-law." Han Shoror nodded smilingly and did not say anything else. After giving some instructions to Fanny, He entered the room that Ferenz had specially prepared for him and silently digested the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. On the other side, in the dark forest, on the mountain above the place of extreme fire, Tanai. Han Shoror, who was sitting cross-legged on a fiery red boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were glistening as he gazed at the cratered ground in front of him. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the depths of the earth. The valley that had been silent for a long time suddenly began to tremble. The magnitude of the tremors grew increasingly greater. A high-pitched dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the earth. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth, the cracks in the gullies grew larger and larger. Gradually, the corpse of Dark Dragon Gilbert, which had sunk deep into the earth, slowly emerged from the ground. Another dragon's roar sounded. The earth rumbled and trembled violently. As the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, the silhouette of a wriggling dragon soared into the sky and instantly disappeared into the depths of the clouds. Waha! Wild, excited laughter escaped from Dark Dragon Gilbert's mouth. Having been stifled for too long, Gilbert found it hard to suppress the excitement in his heart after his rebirth. He roamed the skies to his heart's content, shouting at the top of his lungs to release the agitation in his heart. "Stop making such a racket, come down," Han Shoror chided with a smile as he lifted his head to look at Dark Dragon Gilbert flying through the air. "I'm coming," Gilbert replied with a hearty laugh. His enormous draconic body swayed a little, and a ray of black light suddenly appeared. His enormous body gradually shrank within the black light, and by the time he landed in front of Han Shoror, he had turned into that familiar dark-skinned youth. "Master, I'm back. I, Gilbert, am back. Ha ha ha." Gilbert was so excited that he danced with joy. He kept hitting his new body, and he seemed to be very satisfied. "You died here, and also resurrected here. I've done what I promised you." Han Shoror looked at Dark Dragon Gilbert with a smile, and asked, "How's the new body?" "Very good. Very good," Gilbert immediately replied. He twisted his neck, kicked his legs, and added, "There's a surging power in my body. Although it's not quite the same as before, it feels even more powerful." With a thought, Han Shoror's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He nodded and praised, "Not bad, you actually melted that small piece of divine crystal. Very good, very good. As long as you comprehend it carefully, it won't be difficult to become a god in the future." "Thank you, Master, haha, thank you, Master." Gilbert couldn't help but shout excitedly as he listened to Han Shoror's praise. His voice traveled far and wide, causing many low-level magical beasts to retreat. "This is what you deserve. The new body also has some wonderful uses. I think you should have a deep understanding of this yourself. Spend some more time and understand some of the uses of the new body. This will be of great benefit to you in the future," Han Shoror said seriously. "Don't worry, Master. I've died once, I'll cherish it." Gilbert put away his mischievous smile and promised Han Shoror, "I think this time you should understand the importance of strength." Han Shoror nodded. "Master, I want to go back and see my grandfather." Gilbert suddenly spoke in a somewhat sad tone, "My father is already dead, and many of the dark dragons have also died. I want to see how they are doing now." "Of course. Take a look at how the lizard men in the underground world are doing. If they have any difficulties, I'll help you if I can." Han Shoror had promised the ancient lizard king to take care of the lizard men. Perhaps something had changed in the underground world because of Adele's resurrection. After Gilbert's resurrection, his strength was much higher than before. With his help, the lizard men in the underground world should be better off. "Understood, Master. I'll be going then." Gilbert was concerned about the dark dragon race. He didn't know if the Shrine of Ice had caused trouble for the dark dragons again in the years after he left. He left some instructions with Han Shoror and hurriedly left. This guy is still so impatient. Han Shoror couldn't help but laugh when he saw Gilbert leave so quickly. After a while, his face turned cold. He gazed into the depths of the dark forest and recalled that unforgettable hatred. Chapter 598. 5 years ago, in the Dragon Valley in the depths of the dark forest, Han Shoror suffered a great loss that he would never forget. The primordial dragon was the most powerful being that Han Shoror had ever encountered on Profound Continent. The primordial dragon who had been guarding Profound Continent possessed low god strength of earth. Nobody knew how long he had been in this realm. Han Shoror would never forget this grudge. However, at present, his avatar of death was still digesting the divine essence underground of Brettel City, while his avatar of destruction was digesting the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of the hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. Han Shoror had no confidence in defeating the primordial dragon in the low god realm with just his main body that had reached the Nine Changes realm in demonic arts. Standing in the valley above the place of extreme fire and gazing coldly at the Dragon Valley, Han Shoror did not rush over impulsively. After calming the rage in his heart, Han Shoror coldly groaned and said, "I'll let you live for a few more days. When my 3 souls have fused, I will destroy your Dragon Valley and annihilate your dragon soul." Han Shoror took a deep breath, forcibly repressed his impulse, and returned to the Cemetery of Death. After a short while, Han Shoror returned to the Cemetery of Death. Sanguinar, Jasper, and the other 2 ladies who had stayed behind in the Cemetery of Death, as soon as they saw Han Shoror, they clamored to go out and experience this new world. As soon as Han Shoror returned to Profound Continent, he had the 4 stay behind. They had been bored to death for a long time. A material plane different from the Abyss realm had piqued their curiosity. They had been waiting for Han Shoror's return. Now that Han Shoror had returned, they were naturally unwilling to stay in the Cemetery of Death any longer. Han Shoror did not refuse the urgent request of the 4. After thinking for a moment, he smilingly said, "All right, I'll show you around and familiarize you with this world. Haha, Profound Continent is completely different from your Abyss realm. The plants and animals here are more peaceful and won't attack strangers for no reason. Let's go, Han Shoror. This place feels like a prison. Hurry up and take us out to broaden our horizons." Jasper pulled Han Shoror's arm and urged him with a smile. "All right, then come with me to experience this world." Han Shoror broke through the barrier and led the group of 4 out of the Cemetery of Death. The dark forest was lush and verdant, with wildflowers and weeds growing everywhere. The air was fresh, and the sun was bright and beautiful. It was a stark contrast to the gloom of the Abyss realm. The sun hanging high in the sky was especially unique in the Abyss realm. As soon as they walked out of the Cemetery of Death, the 4 immediately cried out in surprise. They curiously looked all around, touched this, pinched that, and clicked their tongues in wonder. What a beautiful world! Hermanna plucked a wild flower and sniffed it. She looked at Han Shoror with a happy expression. "The scenery here is really beautiful. Just as you said, this is a magical and beautiful world." Sylph took a deep breath and looked around. She couldn't help but sigh when she saw nothing but lush greenery around her. "At first, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to adapt to this place. But now, I can finally relax. Yay! I love this world." Jasper exclaimed excitedly as she gently flapped her flawless white wings and flew a circle in the air. Sanguinar did not say a word and focused on sensing the aura of the new world. As a cultivator of the Blood God mantra, Sanguinar's perception of his surroundings was obviously sharper than that of Jasper and the other 2 ladies. All he could think of at the moment was how he could display his strength as soon as possible. When he discovered that this new world would not affect him in the slightest, he quickly put his mind at ease. "Let's go, I'll show you around the cities here," Han Shoror said smilingly when he saw that the party had adapted to Profound Continent so quickly. "Yay, yay! We have long wanted to see what the cities in this world look like." Sylph cheered and appeared to be in high spirits. Under Han Shoror's guidance, the party departed from the Cemetery of Death and headed in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. Sanguinar and the others possessed decent strength in Profound Continent. They chattered excitedly as they followed behind Han Shoror. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the gates of the Valley of Sunshine. After 5 years, the Valley of Sunshine had been completely under the control of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. After escaping from death, Trunks had become even more vicious and ruthless. With the secret support of Lancelot Empire, Trunks, with his extraordinary means, quickly established his position in the Valley of Sunshine and developed the Soul Destroyer mercenary band into the most powerful force in the Valley of Sunshine. Wow, what beautiful and exquisite buildings. This is amazing. Sylph cried out in surprise as soon as they arrived in front of the gates of the Valley of Sunshine. The buildings in the Abyss realm were simple and crude. The nobler the person, the bigger the building they lived in. However, no effort would be wasted on details or elegance. Therefore, although the buildings in the Abyss realm were large, they lacked any distinguishing features. They were almost all in the same crude style. Profound continent, of course, was different. Here, the humanities and arts were well developed. People paid great attention to the enjoyment of life in all aspects. Naturally, the houses they lived in weren't just for sleeping. The buildings of various styles were generally decorated with exquisite patterns and adorned with many beautiful decorations. This style was obviously different from that of the Abyss realm. Hey! Angel, there's an angel there. What a beautiful angel! Almost at the same time as Sylph cried out in surprise, an equally loud cry of surprise came from the crowd of guards in the Valley of Sunshine. The two snow-white wings on Jasper's back were exactly the same as the pure and beautiful angels that the Church of Light promoted. It was no wonder that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would cry out in surprise. Idiot, that's the enemy. Everyone get ready, it must be the Church of Light launching a large-scale attack. All of a sudden, the members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band put up their defenses as though they were facing a great enemy. All kinds of crossbow bolts were pointed at Han Shor and the others. Angels were the symbol of purity and beauty. However, under the propaganda of the Church of Light, angels were also synonymous with the strong. In the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks had long expressed his disgust towards the Church of Light. All these years, he had been constantly at odds with the Church of Light, especially after the Pope of Light solemnly vowed that they had eradicated the greatest heretic, Han Shor. Under Trunks' leadership, the Valley of Sunshine had long become the enemy of the Church of Light. Under such circumstances, it went without saying what it meant for the legendary powerful warrior angels of the Church of Light to suddenly appear outside the Valley of Sunshine. After a cry of surprise, the members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band came from all directions. These people were armed with weapons and pointed at Han Shor and the others from afar, ready to attack at any time. What are you people of the Church of Light doing here? Our Valley of Sunshine doesn't welcome you. A leader shouted angrily and waved his hand. Dozens of people walked out and slowly surrounded Han Shor and the others. Seeing the members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band as if they were facing a great enemy, Han Shor couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that he would be faced with such a lineup even before entering the Valley of Sunshine. Smiling wryly and shaking his head, Han Shor felt that this was somewhat absurd. He had single-handedly founded the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. He didn't expect that these fellows would actually point their swords at him. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Han Shor, who are these people? Jasper was stunned. Master, these people seem to think of us as enemies. They aren't very strong. Do you want me to kill them all for Master? Sanguinar's face turned cold as a murderous aura surged from all over his body. He cruelly suggested. Waving his hand, Han Shor stopped Sanguinar's suggestion. No need, they are all on the same side. It's just that I've been away for too long and these people don't recognize me. Put down your weapons and state your purpose. Otherwise, we will attack, that guard shouted, appearing somewhat nervous. We're on the same side, don't be nervous. Han Shor explained helplessly. He raised his hand with a wry smile, afraid that these people would do something irrational and then accidentally kill them. Mph, since when did the Church of Light become one of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band's people? Our leader has ordered that no one from the Church of Light is allowed to enter the Valley of Sunshine. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite, that person shouted angrily. Tell Trunks to come see me. Is this bastard in the glorious Tanai? Han Shor raised his hand and shouted somewhat angrily. How dare you insult our leader? As expected, you are from the Church of Light. Everyone, prepare to attack. Take them down first, that person shouted. Everyone swarmed forward, preparing to attack. "Master, what should we do?" Sanguinar spread out his hands towards Han Shor. "It seems like we can only restrain these guys who don't know the situation." That's the only way. Han Shor thought to himself. He was also prepared to take them down first and then wait for Trunks to come over and explain the situation. "Stop, you bastards. What are you shouting for when you don't know anything?" Just as the battle was about to break out, an explosive shout suddenly rang out. Then, a fiery red shadow rapidly rushed out from the Valley of Sunshine, arriving in front of Han Shor in the blink of an eye. "Lady Candace, why have you come?" Those Soul Destroyer mercenary band immediately smiled obsequiously when they saw the newcomer. "You blind fools. If I didn't come, you guys would have really attacked." Candace glared at that person and cursed fiercely. The fiery Candace hadn't changed much. She was still wearing her sexy armor and had a fire magic sword on her back. However, compared to before, she looked a bit more feminine. "Candace, it's you." Han Shor couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw the newcomer. "I heard news of you from Phoebe, but I didn't really believe it. I didn't think that you would really be all right." "That's great. Trunks has been missing you for a long time." Candace looked at Han Shor and said with genuine joy. Ever since Han Shor met Candace, he knew that she was a pretty good mercenary. However, when he left the Profound Continent back then, Candace and Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band didn't have much interaction. He didn't expect that she would actually be in the Valley of Sunshine this time. Furthermore, when talking about Trunks, Candace's tone was obviously a bit strange. After sizing up Candace with a few odd glances, Han Shor suddenly let out a strange laugh and said, "Candace, don't tell me that you and Trunks are together." It was rare for the usually fiery and bold Candace to blush. She then raised her neck and said in a magnanimous manner, "That's right. Why? Let's go. Trunks will definitely be very happy to see you." With her leading the way, none of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band guards dared to obstruct them, allowing Han Shor and his party to enter unimpeded. However, their hearts were filled with doubts. They didn't know who Han Shor was to actually be treated so warmly and solemnly by Candace. Chapter 599. As they walked deeper into the Valley of Sunshine, Candace and Han Shor chatted merrily, but their eyes kept sneaking glances at Jasper from time to time. Their eyes were filled with puzzlement. Han Shor noticed Candace's sneaking glances. Seeing that she was getting more and more puzzled, he smilingly explained, "Stop looking. She's not an angel that the Church of Light has beautified in your imagination. She just has a pair of snow-white wings." Candace's expression relaxed, and she curiously asked Han Shor in a low voice, "If she's not an angel as the Church of Light claims, then who is she? I've been a mercenary all over the Profound Continent, but I've never heard of such a human." "She's my woman." Han Shor did not reveal Jasper's identity, but only pointed out his relationship with her. Upon hearing Han Shor's words, Jasper shot a hateful glare at Han Shor and said in a low voice, "You scoundrel. You already have 3 beauties in the Empire, and yet you're still flirting with other women." Han Shor smiled but did not reply to Candace's accusation. He maintained his leisurely posture as they walked deeper into the Valley of Sunshine. Along the way, many merchants in the Valley of Sunshine looked at Han Shor and his party with astonishment. Not only Jasper, who had snow-white wings, but Hemana and Sylph, who had sharp spikes growing from their shoulders, elbows, and knees, also attracted a lot of attention. "Who are these people? They're so strange. Aren't those the legendary powerful angel warriors of the Church of Light? Why would they appear in the Valley of Sunshine? I remember that the leader of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had explicitly stated that no one from the Church of Light is allowed to enter the Valley of Sunshine. Didn't you see Candace leading the way? There must be something fishy going on." Discussions about the identities of Han Shor and his party came from the mouths of the surrounding merchants. However, due to Candace's presence, these people deliberately lowered their voices. While those people were discussing Han Shor and his party, Jasper and the other 2 women were also whispering to each other. "What beautiful clothes. The clothes of the people here all have beautiful patterns on them. How unique," Sylph exclaimed. Yeah. And the stones on their necks are all sparkling and dazzling, Hermana whispered. This place is indeed different from where we came from. I can't deny that this place is way ahead of us in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, Jasper affirmed. These people are much weaker than us. They're too focused on enjoyment, unlike us who are constantly fighting. The strength of these people is generally much weaker than ours. They focus too much on enjoyment, unlike us who are constantly fighting. From Sangui's words, one could clearly see the difference between men and women. Jasper and the other women showed great interest in beautiful things, while Sanguis snorted disdainfully. As they discussed amongst themselves, the group finally arrived at the back mountain of the Valley of Sunshine under Candace's lead. The territory that had originally belonged to the Cairo mercenary band had now naturally belonged to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. There was a huge practice field in front of them. Some of the mercenary groups were bare-chested, revealing their sturdy muscles. They were concentrating on practicing their martial skills. Lady Candace. Those people greeted Candace in a friendly manner when they saw her approach. Han Shoror swept his eyes over them and discovered that these people were all unfamiliar faces. It seemed that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had indeed recruited more and more members while developing at a high speed. Candace, what are these people doing? Don't tell me they're new mercenaries. Ha, newcomers can come over and play? A 2-meter-tall bald man raised a double-edged battle axe in his hand and laughed provocatively. HMPH, idiot. With that little bit of ability of yours, you'll only be toyed to death. Candace glared at him disdainfully and attacked him mercilessly. Hearing her words, the bald man was displeased. He glared at her and said in a low, muffled voice, I don't believe you. Whoosh. A figure shot into the training field in a split second. Sanguinar cast a sidelong glance at the man and sized him up. He gave an objective evaluation. Your limbs are well developed, but the energy within your body is very weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. Brian. Candace stared blankly and then looked at Han Shoror. Sanguinar, don't hurt them. Just knock them down. Han Shoror raised his voice and instructed Sanguinar. He then looked at Candace with a smile. That's my disciple. No matter, let them play. In the world of mercenaries, the strongest fist was the last word. If you defeated them fair and square, you'd only win their respect. Arrogant brat, come, I'll let you have 3 moves. The bald man was obviously infuriated when he heard Sanguinar's words. He lowered the double-edged battle axe in his hand and stuck out his 2 iron-like chest muscles as he spoke arrogantly. Not only can you not withstand a single blow, but you're also simple-minded. Sanguinar shook his head and continued his evaluation. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Knock me down if you have the guts. The bald man saw that Sanguinar was only 1.7 meters tall and didn't have any strong muscles. He didn't think much of Sanguinar and roared angrily like a violent bear as he listened to Sanguinar's continuous taunts. Too easy. Sanguinar laughed coldly and punched out like lightning. His fist turned into a streak of blood red as it landed squarely on the unmoving bald man. Bam! The bald man's 200-pound body flew out as if he were weightless and fell to the ground with a plop. He stared blankly at Sanguinar, who was a dozen steps away from him. He didn't seem to understand the situation for a moment. The mercenaries in the training field who had been waiting to see a joke stared at Sanguinar as if they had seen a ghost. They were all stunned and couldn't figure out how Sanguinar could have such terrifying strength. These people weren't blind. They naturally knew that strength had little to do with body size. However, they observed carefully and didn't notice that Sanguinar had used any fighting aura. Without using any fighting aura, he had sent a 200-pound body flying with just 1 punch. Moreover, the attacker was a small youth. This was a little shocking. Master, I didn't hurt anyone. Sanguinar shrugged at the bald man and spread his hands to show to Han Shoror. All right, let's go. To Han Shoror, this result wasn't surprising. He nodded at Sanguinar and urged Candace to leave. Oh, I know. Candace abruptly came to her senses. She looked at Sanguis up and down with a strange gaze, then turned to Han Shoror who was her master. She shook her head, sighed, and said, "You are becoming more and more unfathomable. I didn't expect that a single disciple of yours would have such miraculous strength." Sigh, no wonder. No wonder what? Han Shoro smiled in a carefree manner. He thought that if that bald man, who was merely a journeyman swordsman, could withstand a punch from Sanguinar, then Sanguinar's body would really be unworthy of its name. No wonder those people in Lancelot Empire would always think of you whenever they were in a difficult situation after you left for 5 years. No wonder Brettel City could possess such formidable strength in just a few short years. Even the neighboring Brut Merchant Alliance doesn't dare to invade, Candace said in a strange tone. Han Shoro laughed dryly, but didn't say a word. He and Candace walked towards the restricted area at the back of the mountain. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, the number of familiar faces increased. Grant was explaining the rules of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to a group of new mercenaries. When he saw Han Shoro suddenly appear, he was immediately dumbfounded and didn't say a word. He just stared blankly at Han Shoro. "Lord Grant, what's wrong?" The newly recruited mercenaries didn't know what was going on. Seeing Grant suddenly go silent at the crucial moment, they couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. "Ah!" An ear-piercing shriek came from Grant's mouth. The mercenaries who were attentively listening to his explanation were so frightened by his sudden shriek that they trembled all over. Under the gazes of the new mercenaries, Grant screamed and rushed towards Han Shoro like lightning. He was extremely pleasantly surprised as he said, "Lord Brian, you're not dead. I won't die that easily. Hee hee." Seeing Grant's heartfelt surprise, Han Shoro's heart warmed as he nodded and smiled. "Brian? Who's that? Brian?" A cry of alarm came from a stone house. Soon after, a person stumbled out and looked towards the source of the voice. Another cry resounded throughout the valley, "Ah, heavens, it's really Brian." Odysseus was wild with joy. Like Grant, he rushed to Han Shoro's side and laughed heartily as he hugged Han Shoro and shook him with all his might. Odysseus and the others had a closer relationship with Han Shoro. It was also because of Han Shoro that they joined the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Currently, Odysseus and the others had all become the upper echelons of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. However, they were still as forthright and uninhibited as before. "You're all here. Hee hee, very good. It looks like the Soul Destroyer mercenary band is getting better and better." Han Shoro was also very happy to see his old friends. "Come, let's go inside and find Trunks for a drink. That guy has been training alone in his room all day. He's getting more and more hardworking." Odysseus had joined the Soul Destroyer mercenary band because of Han Shoro. He naturally knew that the true master of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was Han Shoro. Odysseus, on the other hand, didn't particularly respect the revered Trunks. He still treated him as a comrade like before. The group chatted and laughed as they walked to the back of the valley. Trunks came over after hearing the news. When he saw Han Shoro, he also came over and gave Han Shoro a fierce manly hug. Soon after, he shouted, "Brothers, bring the wine. Let's drink to our heart's content today." Saying so, Trunks tightly hugged Han Shoro and said in a low voice, "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." "Nonsense. How could I be so easily killed?" Han Shoro laughed heartily. In a short while, many of his former friends had all gathered together. As soon as Trunks gave the order, large bowls of wine and meat were served. The mercenaries were originally boorish and unrestrained. When the leaders gave the order, all of them couldn't control themselves as they laughed and drank heartily. Those mercenaries who had just joined the Soul Destroyer mercenary band were all indescribably excited when they learned of Han Shoro's identity. They took the opportunity to toast their idol, expressing their worship through drinking heartily. Back in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shoro was a true idol. In the Lancelot Empire, he had never been defeated. Such a character was the one these mercenaries admired the most. Therefore, when they heard that the person who had arrived was the legend of the Empire, the expert that the three goddesses had bitterly waited for 5 years, their blood began to boil. The Valley of Sunshine was instantly brimming with a joyous atmosphere. Chapter 600. After large bowls of wine and meat, everyone was a bit tipsy. At this time, Han Shoror and Trunks arrived at a secluded rock in the back of the mountain. The mountain breeze caressed their faces and the air was fresh. The two were in a very good mood after reuniting after a long time. Trunks was still a great swordmaster. After spending 5 years in the great swordmaster realm, his fighting aura had become increasingly pure. However, perhaps due to the lack of opportunity, he had yet to make a breakthrough. 5 years felt like a lifetime had passed since the two had last seen each other. Han Shoror, in particular, had become a true god in the short span of 5 years. Although he hadn't deliberately displayed his strength, Trunks could still vaguely sense the powerful aura emanating from his soul. "Brian, what realm are you at now? Why can't I sense any fighting aura or magic aura from you?" Trunks frowned as he looked at Han Shoror. He had carefully observed him for a long time, but still couldn't discern what martial arts technique Han Shoror was training in. The demonic arts that Han Shoror trained in didn't have the aura of the element of death or the edict of destruction. All of the energy was hidden deep within his body, so Trunks naturally couldn't detect any clues. Smiling faintly, Han Shoror didn't provide any explanation on this question. Instead, he asked Trunks, "Oh right, have you settled your grudge with Caesar City?" Shaking his head, Trunks sighed softly and answered, "Not yet. Radley Pillen's Caesar City is heavily guarded. The Kossi Empire has been pressuring us step by step these past few years, and Valen City has instead been very passive. Although my Valley of Sunshine has developed rapidly, we are still founded on merchants and mercenaries. We are still somewhat lacking compared to the machinations of a country." Nodding, Han Shoror understood that Trunks was speaking the truth. The Valley of Sunshine was situated between 3 countries and was situated in the middle of a mountain range. It was precisely because of this that there were advantages and disadvantages. It wasn't easy for Trunks to develop the Valley of Sunshine to such a scale. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to go one step further and contend with the country. Han Shoror was about to say a few words of consolation when Trunks' expression suddenly turned cold as he said faintly, "The Valley of Sunshine can't contend against Caesar City, this is a fact. However, I've personally killed more than a dozen direct relatives of Radley Pillen's family over the past 5 years. Radley Pillen's uncle, nephew, and even his wife and son have all been assassinated by me. I want him to taste the pain of being abandoned by his family." Han Shoror felt a chill in his heart as he looked at the sinister Trunks. He thought to himself that Radley Pillen probably wouldn't be able to sleep well after provoking such an enemy. The immediate family members of Radley Pillen's family died one after another. Even his beloved woman and son were killed. That kind of torture must have been very painful for Radley Pillen. Han Shoror had originally wanted to say a few words of consolation to Trunks, but after hearing Trunks' words, he knew that Trunks definitely didn't need his consolation after going through such a slow massacre. Judging from Trunks' appearance, he seemed to be enjoying the process of forcing Radley Pillen to his death step by step. He probably wasn't in a hurry to get rid of Radley Pillen in one fell swoop. "So that's how it is. You brat, you're getting more and more sinister." Han Shoror laughed involuntarily as he teased Trunks. "The Dark Forest and the Lizard Men in the underground world are all under the control of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band. You've been gone for 5 years, so you may not know the situation. Let me introduce to you the current distribution of strength in the Valley of Sunshine." Trunks chuckled. "No need." Han Shoror interrupted Trunks' introduction and looked deeply at Trunks. "I believe that you will handle these matters well. I won't ask about the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's matters in the future. You just need to know what you're doing." At Han Shoror's level of strength, he didn't even care about some countries, not to mention a small power like the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. As long as Han Shoror was willing, he could destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band with a wave of his hand, or even rebuild a power of the same scale. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Even the Abyss realm completely belonged to him. What could a mere Soul Destroyer mercenary band amount to? No matter what, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will always be yours. Even if you've forgotten, I won't. Trunks clearly understood the meaning behind Han Shoror's words. He knew that Han Shoror had plans to let go of the mercenary band. After a moment of silence, Trunks suddenly guaranteed. Laughing heartily, Han Shor patted Trunks' shoulder and said, "There's no need for such words between us. Come, let's continue drinking, drink. All right, I'll accompany you to truly get drunk today." Trunks laughed heartily. Naturally, Han Shor wouldn't get drunk. That day, most of the people got drunk. Even Trunks, who had reached the realm of Greatsword Master, got drunk without using his fighting aura to filter out the alcohol. However, Han Shor's demonic body was special. Even if he didn't take any measures, he still wouldn't fall into such a dizzy state. The next day, while Trunks and the others were still unconscious, Han Shor found Sanguinar and Jasper and instructed them to stay and play in the Valley of Sunshine for the time being. He then left the Valley of Sunshine alone. Deep within the dark forest, outside the Dragon Valley, Han Shor stealthily arrived outside the Dragon Valley and laid in ambush. After waiting for half a day, the other two avatars of his arrived one after the other. After his avatar of destruction absorbed the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orcs at the south border city, the divine energy in his body grew. He also gained some new understanding of the utilization of divine energy and the edict of destruction. This laid the foundation for the breakthrough of this avatar of Han Shor's. The advancement of the divine realm was an extremely long process. The three realms of low god, mid god, and high god might take tens of thousands of years to complete the advancement process. In other words, a god might need to stay in the same realm for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Those who entered the same realm first and spent many years in it would usually be able to surpass those who had just entered the same realm in the utilization of elemental energy and edict energy. It was precisely for this reason that the same divine realm was divided into three stages: early, middle, and late. Those who cultivated to the peak of the late stage of the divine realm would be much stronger than those who had just entered the same realm. Although both of Han Shor's avatars were low gods, as they had just entered this realm, their divine energy was relatively weak and their understanding of divine energy and the edict of elemental energy was not deep enough. Both of them were early-stage low gods and were far from reaching the stage of mid-stage low god. The reason why Han Shor was not in a hurry to seek revenge on the Primordius Dragon was that he did not know which stage of low god the Primordius Dragon had reached. There was no doubt that a late-stage low god could easily defeat an early-stage or mid-stage low god in the same realm. After the arrival of his two avatars, Han Shor carefully sensed for a moment. It had to be said that the advancement of the divine realm was indeed a slow process. Although his avatar of destruction had absorbed the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orcs and his avatar of death had digested the divine energy of a divine essence, it was still far from the stage of midstage. The two avatars once again concealed themselves in Han Shor's body. Gazing at the Dragon Valley that was just inches away from him, Han Shor pondered for a moment before he resolutely decided to enter and settle old scores with the Primordius Dragon. Han Shor did not know which stage of low god the Primordius Dragon was at. However, with his demonic arts having reached the Nine Changes realm, Han Shor had mastered a few secret techniques. Even if the Primordius Dragon was a late-stage low god, if Han Shor was no match for him, he could still easily escape. Han Shor, who possessed 3 souls, was confident that he could easily defeat a mid-stage low god. However, if the Primordius Dragon was really a late-stage low god, Han Shor had no certainty of victory. Fortunately, with his demonic arts, Han Shor was not afraid that he would not be able to escape. With a surefire plan in place, Han Shor no longer hesitated. He raised his head and let out a long howl. His body turned into a rainbow and shot towards the Dragon Valley. The boundary along the way could not stop Han Shor in the slightest. With a wave of the demonic blades in Han Shor's hand, the boundary was destroyed without the slightest hindrance. The moment Han Shor broke through the boundary and charged towards the Dragon Valley, he immediately caused a commotion in the Dragon Valley. As Han Shor's howl soared into the sky, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly came from the Dragon Valley. A third-order silver dragon wriggled its enormous body and charged straight at Han Shor, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It breathed out dragon breath and bellowed thunderously, "Lowly human, how dare you trespass into the Dragon Valley?" You're courting death. Haha, worm, let's see who's the lowly one today, Han Shor sneered. Without conjuring either of his avatars, he directly grabbed at the third-order silver dragon. When Han Shor grabbed at the silver dragon, his body suddenly transformed and grew bigger and bigger in the void. By the time his hand reached the silver dragon, Han Shor had already turned into a 50-meter-tall giant. Before the silver dragon could react, Han Shor, who had transformed into a giant, grabbed the silver dragon's head and tail with both hands. The silver dragon was only 20 meters long. Compared to the current Han Shor, it was just a slightly larger snake. Han Shor laughed maniacally and pulled with force. The silver dragon's 10-meter-long body was directly torn into several pieces. Dragon tendons mixed with blood sprayed everywhere. 9 was the extreme number. The 9 changes realm also meant that one could take on a myriad of transformations and transcendence energy. Apart from the implication that 9 was the extreme, the 9 changes realm also had 9 transformations that needed to be practiced. They were speed change, body change, heart change, divine sense change, bloodlust change, space change, earth change, sky change, and demonic change. Each of these 9 transformations had its own unique function. Ever since Han Shor reached the 9 changes realm, he had only just mastered speed change and body change. As for the remaining 7 transformations, Han Shor was still diligently comprehending them. Chapter 601. Speed change was what Han Shor had relied on this time. He could instantly raise his speed to a height that others couldn't hope to match. However, when he used speed change, he couldn't use any other demonic arts to attack. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was using it to escape. Body change was a transformation of the body. Han Shor transformed into a 50-meter-tall giant precisely because of this transformation. Mind change was a transformation of the state of mind. It could keep one's state of mind at its best during any battle. Consciousness change allowed Han Shor to see through the minutest details, sense inexplicable dangers, and constantly pay attention to his opponent's state during battle. On the other hand, the bloodlust change could cause Han Shor to fall into a demonic trance in an instant, turning him into a cold, emotionless, bloodthirsty demon with no sense of pain. This bloodlust change could only be grasped and deployed after the body, mind, and consciousness transformations were completed. Space change, earth change, and sky change were 3 killing moves that utilized heaven and earth. Omen change was a transformation that must be mastered before one could become an omen. Even Chu Kanglan hadn't mastered it back then. At the 9 changes realm, one could cultivate all 9 transformations. Once all 9 transformations were mastered, one could break through to the next level, the Omen realm. After transforming into a 50-meter-tall giant, Han Shor was like an ancient demonic god that descended upon the Dragon Valley. He let out an earth-shattering roar, and the entire Dragon Valley seemed to be shaken by a great earthquake. The rumbling sound never stopped. "Who's there?" A furious roar came from the depths of the Dragon Valley. A rank 5 golden dragon transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the sky from a hill. As soon as this golden dragon emerged, other dragons flew out from the various mountain ranges around the Dragon Valley. Each and every one of them glared at Han Shor, wishing they could tear this intruder into pieces. "You're a titan?" When the rank 5 golden dragon flew out and saw Han Shor's enormous body, its angry expression turned into shock and it cried out in surprise. The race of titans had once enjoyed a period of glory on Profound Continent. With their enormous bodies and boundless strength, the race of titans had always been praised as a race of primordial gods. Even the race of great dragons dared not underestimate the race of titans. When the Type 5 golden dragon saw how huge Han Shor was, he immediately linked him to the titan race that had disappeared for a long time. "No." Han Shor glared fiercely at the rank 5 golden dragon and said sinisterly, "5 years ago, when the space-time discontinuum was torn apart, I came to help you out of goodwill. In the end, your primordious dragons cut off the planar passage. Do you still remember me?" As soon as these words came out, all the dragons were shocked. Some of the dragons who had experienced that great change carefully looked at Han Shor for a while. Suddenly, a dragon roared, "So it's you, that evil necromancer? Ha ha ha. It's me. You didn't expect this, did you? I'm still alive, and I'm doing very well." Han Shaw threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He said fiercely, "Where's that primordious dragon who claims to be the guardian of Profound Continent? Come out and see if you can seal me in another dimension. Evil heretic, the Dragon Valley isn't a place where you can run wild." The rank 5 golden dragon roared and charged at Han Shaw. After learning that Han Shaw wasn't a titan, the golden dragon no longer had any misgivings. He charged at Han Shaw furiously, intending to tear Han Shaw apart. "Worm, you're courting death." Han Shaw's face turned cold. He similarly flew towards the golden dragon with his enormous body. His enormous body left a monstrous shadow in the Dragon Valley. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the golden dragon. The demonic blades were unsheathed. Dazzling rays of light burst out from his claws and pierced towards the golden dragon's body. Fart! Han Shaw's sharp claws sank into the golden dragon's body and began to stir violently. This rank 5 golden dragon could be considered a top-notch expert on Profound Continent, possessing strength on par with human demigods. Unfortunately, Han Shaw's strength far surpassed his, and the demonic blades were sharper than he had imagined. Even the golden dragon, known to have the strongest physical body, couldn't withstand a single stab from Han Shaw. The golden dragon's body was mangled and blood flowed down the valley like a small waterfall. "Oh. The golden dragon howled mournfully. He twisted his body and coiled around Han Shaw's enormous body. He exerted all his strength to tighten his grip, intending to break Han Shaw. Hee. Han Shaw sneered cruelly. He turned a blind eye to the struggle of the golden dragon. He abruptly pulled the demonic blades out of the dragon's body, then paused in midair for a moment before ruthlessly stabbing them back in again. Han Shaw grinned maliciously as he stirred the golden dragon's body. "Ah!" The golden dragon shrieked miserably. He did his utmost to coil around Han Shaw's body. However, after undergoing the 9 changes, Han Shaw's body had become abnormally tough. The golden dragon's seemingly indomitable strength did not have the slightest effect on Han Shaw. "Kill him! Kill this heretic!" Tanai and all the other great dragons soared into the sky and charged at Han Shaw. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Flames and icicles shot towards Han Shaw. All kinds of magic were released by the dragons, surging towards Han Shaw. "From today onwards, Dragon Valley shall be called Dragon Tomb," Han Shaw said with a sneer. He raised the demonic blades in his right hand and ruthlessly stabbed them into the golden dragon's head. With a sinister grin, Han Shaw twisted the blade twice. The golden dragon's head was reduced to mush, its life force slowly fading away. Han Shaw then flung the doomed golden dragon far away. It crashed into a hill with a loud rumble. Blood gushed out of its body. It was obvious that it would not survive. With a sway of his body, Han Shaw's enormous body evaded the numerous magic attacks. He suddenly appeared next to another green dragon. He stomped on the green dragon and pressed down with all his might, sending the green dragon straight into the Dragon Valley below. Han Shaw landed on the ground and stomped a few more times. The green dragon was badly mutilated by Han Shaw's stomps. It was beyond dead. "Fight him." All the great dragons went berserk. They gathered together and attacked Han Shaw with all their might. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between these dragons and Han Shaw was too great. There was no way he could make up for the huge disparity in strength with numbers. Han Shaw, who had the intention to bathe the Dragon Valley in blood, did not show the slightest bit of mercy. In order to save time, Han Shaw split into 3. 2 low-god avatars appeared one after the other and began slaughtering the dragons in the Dragon Valley. Among these great dragons, the strongest was only rank 5. Faced with 3 Han Shaws, they didn't even have the chance to escape. In just a few minutes, a total of 17 great dragons were brutally slaughtered by Han Shaw. The Dragon Valley had become a dragon tomb in name only. Is the primordious dragon really not here? After all the great dragons in the Dragon Valley were killed by Han Shaw, Hanshaw couldn't help but wonder why the Primordius dragon did not show up. Ever since he entered the Dragon Valley, Hanshaw had patrolled the entire Dragon Valley with his consciousness. However, he did not detect the aura of the Primordius dragon. At first, Hanshaw thought that the Primordius dragon was too powerful for his consciousness to detect. Therefore, Hanshaw killed his way here to force the Primordius dragon to show up. Hanshaw did not expect that the Primordius dragon would still not show up even after all the great dragons were killed. It seemed that the Primordius dragon was really not in the Dragon Valley. After pondering for a moment with his brows bunched, Hanshaw collected the dragon crystals, dragon eyes, and dragon tendons from the great dragons Tanai killed. He also took away the valuables from the great dragons. Then, he spread out his consciousness and carefully sensed the activity in the Dragon Valley. Just now, when Hanshaw was at the bottom of the Dragon Valley, he sensed some aura. At first, he thought that it was the Primordius dragon. But now, he knew that it was definitely not the Primordius dragon. Otherwise, if the Primordius dragon was down there, it would have attacked him long ago. After casting a necromancy magic, Earth Elite Zombie appeared and pointed at the Dragon Valley below him. Hanshaw ordered Earth Elite Zombie to break open the ground. After Hanshaw gave the order, Earth Elite Zombie sank deep into the ground. Soon after, an enormous hole was torn open in the ground. Hanshaw descended through the hole. Not long after, he sensed a boundary of divinity of Earth. Earth Elite Zombie spread out his hands and looked at Hanshaw helplessly. He transmitted, "I can go in by myself, but I can't break open this place." As the beloved child of the Earth, Earth Elite Zombie had a unique advantage in using the Yuan energy of Earth. Although the boundary deployed by the Primordius dragon was extremely powerful, it still couldn't trap him. It was just that a godly expert was indeed formidable. Although Earth Elite Zombie could enter and exit at will, he had no way to break the boundary deployed by the Primordius dragon. "What's the situation inside?" Hanshaw bunched his brows and asked Earth Elite Zombie. "There are 3 people," Earth Elite Zombie replied. 3 people? Hanshaw stared blankly for a moment. He thought to himself, those who can be sealed by the Primordius dragon must be very powerful. Hanshaw was rather curious. He unfolded his consciousness to probe the boundary of Earth, wondering if he should expend his divine energy to break it open. Who are they?" Hanshaw asked Earth Elite Zombie after hesitating for a moment. It wasn't that Hanshaw didn't have a way to break the boundary below, but it would consume some of Hanshaw's divine energy. If there were 3 unimportant people below, then breaking the boundary wouldn't be of much benefit to him. That was why Hanshaw had asked this question. "I don't know," Earth Elite Zombie replied straightforwardly. "Go and ask. Ask them what their names are." Earth Elite Zombie possessed the ability to communicate with the soul. Hanshaw believed that those sealed by the boundary were no ordinary people and should know how to communicate with the soul. After Hanshaw gave the order, Earth Elite Zombie went back down. Soon after, Earth Elite Zombie walked out and transmitted to Hanshaw 3 people. They are called Pegasus, Gree, and Aamike Cotton. Aamike Cotton, Hanshaw shrieked and mumbled, the founding expert of Lancelot Empire, the demigod magus of darkness, Aamike Cotton. It's actually him. Chapter 602. When Hanshaw was still a magic apprentice, he had heard people mention the name Aamike Cotton. It was all thanks to Aamike Cotton that Lancelot Empire was able to establish itself and become one of the most powerful nations on Profound Continent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that without Aamike Cotton, there would be no Lancelot Empire. 500 years ago, just as Lancelot Empire was sharpening their swords and preparing to invade other nations, Aamike Cotton, the guardian of Lancelot Empire, mysteriously disappeared. Due to Aamike Cotton's mysterious disappearance, Lancelot Empire was supposed to continue expanding its territory. Other nations had no more misgivings and joined forces to stop Lancelot Empire's march of conquest. From then on, Lancelot Empire was no longer able to be domineering. No citizen of Lancelot Empire would ever forget the glory the Empire had enjoyed when Aamike Cotton was still around. Embark Cotton had also become one of the most memorable great figures of the Lancelot Empire. Han Shoror did not expect that the one imprisoned deep within the Dragon Valley was actually the pride of Lancelot Empire, the demigod existence of darkness, Embark Cotton. After learning from Earth Elite Zombie that Embark Cotton was imprisoned below, Han Shoror decided to blast open the barrier. There was now a reasonable explanation for Embark Cotton's mysterious disappearance 500 years ago. Although Han Shoror didn't know the reason, he was certain that Embark Cotton's imprisonment had something to do with the primordial dragon. 500 years ago, Embark Cotton was already a demigod expert. It was likely that only the guardian of Profound Continent, the primordial dragon, could imprison him. After learning that the one imprisoned below was Embark Cotton, Han Shoror sent Earth Elite Zombie back to the Netherworld. His avatar of destruction transformed into the Demon Slayer Edge and was tightly gripped in Han Shoror's hand. The energy of destruction on the Demon Slayer Edge was suddenly released by Han Shoror's avatar and violently bombarded the barrier below. Bang! A loud sound came from the barrier. His other avatar of death suddenly released necromancy magic. Tens of thousands of bone spears shot towards the barrier like an avalanche. The Demon Slayer Edge, which had just struck out with its greatest strength, once again exerted force and stabbed at the boundary. The three bodies exerted their strength together and continuously bombarded the primordial dragon's earth attribute boundary. The divine power contained in the boundary was rapidly depleted by the continuous attacks. Catcher. The earth attribute enchantment finally couldn't withstand the attacks of the three Han Shorors, and it broke with a loud sound. After such a series of attacks without any fancy moves, Han Shoror roughly deduced that the primordial dragon possessed strength of a mid-stage low god. This deduction was based on the time that Han Shoror spent attacking with all his might. If the primordial dragon did not make a breakthrough after deploying the boundary, Han Shoror was confident that he could kill the primordial dragon the next time they meet. Letting out a sigh of relief, Han Shoror spread out his spiritual awareness and immediately felt three strong auras from below the broken barrier. Before Han Shoror could take a closer look, he heard frenzied shouts coming from below. He saw three silhouettes flickering as they soared into the sky from the broken boundary. Great dragons! Damned dragons! I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons, a strong-looking old man bellowed at the sky. He had a head of messy fiery red long hair. He was approximately 2 meters tall and his body was covered in bulging muscles. His triangular eyes shone with a cruel and evil light. He did not look like a benevolent being. Pegasus, keep your voice down, a sweet-looking little girl said in a gentle voice. This little girl had a head of long, emerald green hair and appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old. She had a pair of pointy ears like a forest elf. However, she didn't have the peaceful aura of a forest elf. Instead, she appeared rather demonic. Who opened the boundary? The last one was a sinister-looking old man. He wore a tattered, ancient magical robe. His voice was deep and slow. His body seemed to be able to absorb light, making him look very gloomy. They appeared to be three humans. However, after Han Shoror probed with his consciousness, he immediately discovered that other than the last sinister-looking old man, the other two weren't human. The old man wearing the tattered, ancient magical robe should be the former pride of Lancelot Empire, Embark Cotton. This could be deduced from the pattern on his magical robe. As for the strong-looking old man named Pegasus, Han Shoror detected the existence of a magical beast crystal core in his body. He appeared to be a very powerful magical beast. As for that sweet-looking little girl with long emerald green hair, based on Han Shoror's understanding of the various races on Profound Continent, he guessed that she was a banshee, an extremely rare species on Profound Continent. A human, a magical beast, and a banshee. The three experts trapped in the boundary by the primordial dragon possessed astonishing strength. Among them, Embark Cotton's strength had advanced a step further after 500 years, advancing from demigod realm to base god realm. The banshee, on the other hand, cultivated in the elemental energy of wind and possessed base god strength. As for the strong-looking magical beast, the magical beast crystal core in his body was rather odd. Han Shoror's consciousness was unable to determine his actual strength through the magical beast crystal core. Young lad, Were you the one who broke the boundary and saved us? Mike Cotton asked in astonishment when he saw Han Shaw standing towering beneath the boundary. Han Shaw put on a faint smile and replied in a refined and courteous manner, "That's right. The three of you are free. Handsome man, thank you for your rescue. How can we repay you?" The banshee named Gree smiled sweetly at Han Shaw. She looked like an innocent little girl. "It's very simple. I gave you your freedom, and you will serve me," Han Shaw said to the three in a natural manner. "What do you mean?" Pegasus the magical beast widened his eyes and shouted. Han Shaw swept his gaze across the three and smilingly said, "Follow me, and I guarantee that you will not be imprisoned by the primordial dragon again." "With just you?" Pegasus looked up and down at Han Shaw distrustfully. He grinned and said, "Do you think that we will become your slaves just because you saved us by a fluke?" "Fluke?" Han Shaw faintly smiled. Soon after, he pondered for a moment. When he saw that the three were looking at him with twinkling eyes, he smilingly said, "Mike Cotton is the founding minister of our Lancelot Empire. Naturally, I will give him the respect he deserves." After a short pause, Han Shaw's expression turned cold. He looked at the banshee and Pegasus and said, "As for the two of you, you can either obediently follow me and work for me, or die." "Hehe, what a big temper. I like it," the banshee Gree giggled. Gree the banshee giggled and looked at Han Shaw with interest. Then, she asked curiously, "Was it really you who broke that stubborn dragon's seal? Was he a citizen of the Lancelot Empire?" Mike Cotton, who was just as displeased, suddenly asked in a pleasantly surprised manner after hearing Han Shaw's words. Han Shaw did not answer the banshee's question. Instead, he smilingly said to Mike Cotton, "That's right. I have now inherited your unfinished business, and that is to unify the entire profound continent with Lancelot Empire." "What an arrogant youngster. Do you think that old dragon will allow you to run amok?" Pegasus glared at Han Shaw and bellowed in a deep voice, "I will kill him. I believe that the dead old dragon won't stop me, right?" Han Shaw smiled confidently. "What an arrogant youngster. It doesn't matter if you have the capability or not, it is already extraordinary of you to have such an idea," Mike Cotton said with a big smile. After learning that Han Shaw was from the Lancelot Empire, Mike Cotton's attitude towards Han Shaw immediately changed drastically. "Mike Cotton, you old thing, you aren't going to help him deal with us, are you?" Pegasus glared at Mike Cotton and shouted, "We have been imprisoned together for so many years. You aren't going to help an outsider, are you? You too, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Why would I need someone else's help?" Han Shaw sized up the two with a gloomy face and coldly groaned, "The primordial dragon is still a little merciful. He has only imprisoned you two. But if you two dare to provoke me, I will kill you without hesitation." Upon finishing those words, Han Shaw abruptly unfolded the domain of divinity of death with the energy of his avatar. Then, with a change of his divine energy, he enveloped the domain of divinity of destruction. Pegasus, who was about to say something, suddenly sensed the bizarre changes in the surrounding space. His expression changed dramatically. Gree the banshee shuddered and cried out in surprise, "Domain of divinity, 2 domains of divinity. Who are you? Where are you from?" Mike Cotton was also shocked. He stared at Han Shaw and cried out involuntarily, "I really am a citizen of the Lancelot Empire." "You will know this after we leave the Dragon Valley," Han Shaw replied. Perhaps it was because Mike Cotton had too much influence on the Lancelot Empire, Han Shaw had some respect for this expert who disappeared 500 years ago. Therefore, Han Shaw couldn't help but explain after hearing Mike Cotton's question. "What do you two say?" Mike Cotton stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, he looked at the banshee and Pegasus with a complicated expression and mumbled to himself, "I'm no match for him anyway. There's no point in resisting. Old thing, do you think we have any other way out?" Gree the banshee put on a bitter face. She cutely shrugged and said helplessly, "If we don't want to die, that is the only way out," Mike Cotton said in a deep voice. The three looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before they simultaneously bowed respectfully at Han Shor and lowered their proud heads. 500 years ago, they might have been all-powerful experts on profound continent. However, 500 years later, Han Shor had appeared out of nowhere and was much stronger than them. Therefore, they had no other choice but to submit to him. Han Shor took a step forward and helped Embark Cotton to his feet. He sincerely said, "As citizens of the Lancelot Empire, we walk the same path and our enemies are the same. There is no need to be overly courteous." Chapter 603. In the history of Profound Continent, there had been many mighty characters. Embark Cotton and the other two were characters who transcended an era. The three of them once played extremely important roles on the stage of Profound Continent. However, the Primordius Dragon felt that their existence had disturbed the normal order of Profound Continent. Therefore, he imprisoned the three beneath the Dragon Valley. Although the three of them possessed formidable strength, there was still a significant gap between them and the Primordius Dragon, the guardian of Profound Continent. Before the Primordius Dragon made his move, they could stir up havoc and run amok. But when the Primordius Dragon made his move, they could only surrender without putting up a fight. As the guardian of Profound Continent, the Primordius Dragon did not exterminate the three. After capturing them, he merely imprisoned them and did not take their lives. After listening to Embark Cotton's narration, Han Shor learned that the Forbidden Land in the Dark Forest was the place where the three of them were captured. In that Forbidden Land, there were many unruly magical beasts who were punished to death for challenging the Primordius Dragon's dignity. "I'm going to settle the score with that old dragon," Pegasus said furiously after listening to Embark Cotton's simple recount of the incident. Han Shor looked at Pegasus disdainfully and said with a faint smile, "Even 10 of you combined wouldn't be a match for the Primordius Dragon." Pegasus was a manticore who had had one fortuitous encounter after another. Although he wasn't a transcendent magical beast, he was lucky enough to obtain the crystal cores of 2 transcendent magical beasts that had died in battle. After absorbing the crystal cores of the 2 transcendent magical beasts, Pegasus underwent a mutation. After many years of painstaking cultivation, he broke through his shackles in one fell swoop and possessed mighty strength that surpassed rank 5. The ancient lizard King Degasi that Han Shor encountered in the underground world was merely a rank 5 magical beast. According to the classification of magical beasts, Pegasus should possess rank 6 strength, which was equivalent to a base god in the general sense. However, no matter how powerful a base god was, when facing a low god, the Primordius Dragon, there was only death. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Damn it! Are we going to swallow this insult after being imprisoned for so many years? Upon hearing Han Shor's words, Pegasus knew that it was impossible for him to take revenge on the Primordius Dragon given his strength. He shouted furiously, "No, I must take revenge. Even if we can't kill that Primordius Dragon, we should at least kill his descendant." "You won't have the chance." Han Shor smiled and pointed at the Dragon Valley. "Take a closer look. Do you still have a chance to attack?" Pegasus looked around and found the ground littered with dragon corpses. The badly mangled corpses of more than a dozen giant dragons were lying in disorder around the Dragon Valley. They had long lost all signs of life. You've already killed all of them?" the female demon exclaimed in shock. Han Shor nodded and said calmly, "That's right. Other than the Primordius Dragon who left, all the dragons in the Dragon Valley died here. This is bad. That Primordius Dragon definitely won't let you off. Back then, we did not offend the dragons. That's why we were imprisoned under the Dragon Valley. Those experts who hunted and killed the dragons weren't as fortunate as us. All of them were killed by the Primordius Dragon. I believe that once the Primordius Dragon learns that you're the culprit, he will kill you at all costs and not simply imprison you." Gree, the female demon, said with a frown. She seemed worried for Han Shor. "It doesn't matter. If the Primordius Dragon hasn't made any progress after deploying the boundary of God, the next time I run into him will be the day he dies." Han Shor's face turned cold as he proudly said. If the Primordius Dragon was still a mid-stage low god, With his two early-stage low-god avatars, in addition to his main body and little skull, Han Shoror was certain that he could slay the primordius dragon. Therefore, Han Shoror wasn't being arrogant when he said those words. If you can really kill the primordius dragon, the profound continent will really be ruled by our Lancelot Empire. Embark Cotton was overjoyed and appeared extremely excited. You will see that day come. Han Shoror put on a confident smile. He then looked around and said, but before that, let's first resolve the current crisis facing Lancelot Empire. What should we do? As the founder of Lancelot Empire, Embark Cotton had not let go of his lofty ideals and lofty aspirations even after 500 years. He immediately asked after hearing Han Shoror's words. First of all, we have to exterminate two religions. Follow me. Han Shoror said in a murderous tone as he gazed in the direction of Kossi Empire where the Shrine of Ice was located. Pegasus and Gree the Banshee exchanged glances. They appeared rather excited, as though they were very much looking forward to the business of murder and arson. The fact that these two were imprisoned by the primordius dragon proved that they were used to being arrogant and cruel. It appeared that the centuries of imprisonment did not dull their temperament at all. They were still as bloodthirsty as ever. Hovering in the sky above the Dragon Valley, Han Shoror unfolded his consciousness and sensed for a while. When he discovered that there was nothing else worth staying in the Dragon Valley, he brought the three fellows who had been imprisoned for many years and flew in the direction of Kossi Empire's snowland. The three of them possessed base god strength. It didn't take them long to arrive at the bitterly cold snowland where the Shrine of Ice was located after a series of transportation matrices. The party of four, including Han Shoror, did not conceal their tracks. They arrogantly descended on the numerous snowy peaks of the Shrine of Ice. There are no experts here at all. Only a woman can barely be considered an opponent. Hovering loftily above the numerous snowy peaks of the Shrine of Ice, Pegasus quietly observed the surrounding situation and said to Han Shoror with flagging interest. Pegasus, Gree, the two of you, go ahead and destroy the sacred mountain of the Shrine of Ice. Han Shoror unfolded his consciousness and immediately discovered Snow Celestial Tiana's position. Recalling the betrayal he received on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light, Han Shoror's heart turned as cold as the surrounding weather. That's not a difficult task. Hehe, I like doing these kinds of destructive work. Pegasus laughed cruelly. Without waiting for Gree the Banshee to make a move, he had already descended. The Manticore was a savage, carnivorous magical beast by nature. Even though Pegasus had evolved to the 6th grade, the Manticore's nature remained unchanged. It still had an innate interest in killing. However, Gree the Banshee's attack seemed to come even faster. She did not need to rely on physical contact. All of a sudden, she let out a shrill shriek. Her ear-piercing shriek tore through the vast sky and spread to every snowy peak in the snowy region amidst the whistling cold wind. Gree the Banshee cultivated in the elemental energy of the wind. Her race had always had the bizarre ability to use her voice to attack and confuse. By fusing her voice with the element of wind, Gree the Banshee's shriek possessed extraordinary offensive power. Suddenly, amidst her ear-piercing shriek, avalanches occurred in many parts of the snowy region. The shrill shriek echoed ceaselessly across the snowy region. Many disciples of the Shrine of Ice on the snowy peaks could no longer bear the disturbance of the shriek. One after another, they walked out of their shrines and glared at Gree the Banshee who was shrieking in the sky. Who goes there? How dare you behave atrociously in our Shrine of Ice? A great swordmaster with an ice-cold expression, wielding a long sword that flickered with a chilling light, bellowed at Gree who was hovering in the sky. Bang! Just as he shouted, Pegasus, who had descended from the sky, had already arrived in front of him. Pegasus did not give the swordmaster any chance to retaliate. His muscular body stepped on the swordmaster's body and forcefully stomped him into the depths of the snowy region, rendering him unable to make another sound. Gree the Banshee's shrill shriek continued. The element of wind above the snowy region began to gather frantically. With the help of her voice, her shriek began to reverberate across every mountain peak in the snowy region. As Gree the Banshee's shriek grew louder and louder, Many disciples of the Shrine of Ice with weaker strength began to bleed from their ears. Clearly, they had suffered extremely serious injuries. The avalanche continued. Amidst the rumbling noises, several snowy peaks of the Shrine of Ice in the snowy region began to sway. Pegasus flew and landed on the summit of the highest snowy peak. He transformed into his original form of a ferocious manticore and began slaughtering all the disciples of the Shrine of Ice who had encircled him. Pegasus' strength was just too much higher than Pegasus. His claws and fangs moved in rapid succession, tearing apart the disciples of the Shrine of Ice one after another. There was simply no one who could stand a chance against him. Back then, Pegasus and Gree were ferocious existences that struck fear into the hearts of all experts on Profound Continent. Now that the two of them have emerged, I'm afraid that no one on Profound Continent other than you and the Primordius Dragon can restrain them, Aemike Cotton explained to Han Shoror. Aemike Cotton explained to Han Shoror in an indifferent tone as he watched Pegasus and Gree massacre the disciples below. Hehe, the Primordius Dragon is a little too merciful. If I were in his shoes, I would have killed them long ago if I disobeyed him, Han Shoror said smilingly. After thinking for a moment, a thought struck him and he said, "Oh, right, I've obtained the dark magic training notebook and your magic staff that you left behind in the forbidden area. Hehe, we really are fated to meet. However, I've already given those 2 items away. I don't think I'll be able to return them to you." Aemike Cotton was rather pleasantly surprised to hear those words from Han Shoror. He gazed deeply into Han Shoror's eyes and sighed, "It seems that we are indeed fated to meet. Back then, I thought I was going to die for sure. Therefore, I left these worldly possessions behind, hoping that someone would inherit my cultivation system. Little did I expect that they would fall into your hands. It seems that our meeting this time is truly a fortuitous encounter." Stop. While the two were conversing, a tender shout with astonishing momentum sounded from the highest snowy peak below. Then, a figure suddenly flew out. It was none other than Snow Celestial Tiana, who had once plotted against Han Shoror. Chapter 604. During the trip to Tarag Canyon, Han Shoror and the others each had their own gains. Tiana had obtained a water elemental crystal, which allowed her soul to fuse with the crystal and form a soul of element. After forming a soul of element, Tiana's strength had improved substantially after years of intensive research on water elemental energy. She was now attempting to form a body of element. However, although Tiana's strength had improved, she was still a demigod before she formed a body of element. A mere demigod couldn't even defeat Pegasus and Gree the Banshee, let alone Han Shoror. Dressed in clothes as white as snow, Tiana's expression was cold and detached. Snowflakes danced around her. She let out a loud shout and flew into the air, glaring angrily at Gree the Banshee who was howling shrilly above her head. Without Han Shoror's instructions, Gree the Banshee did not even spare Tiana a glance. She continued to howl shrilly above the snowy peaks with the sound of tearing the sky. Many disciples of the Shrine of Ice with inferior strength gradually couldn't hold on any longer. Some fell into a daze and dizzy state, while others had their eardrums ruptured. They had sustained rather serious injuries. Pegasus reverted to his original form. Similarly, he ignored Tiana's rebuke and did as he should. Pegasus could be seen rampaging through the snowy peaks, unceremoniously tearing those who dared to resist into shreds. "Who the hell are you people? What kind of deep grudge does the Shrine of Ice have against you?" Tiana bellowed, glaring furiously at Gree who was still howling shrilly above her head. Pegasus and Gree turned a blind eye to Tiana's question. They continued to mercilessly attack the disciples of the Shrine of Ice below. Just as Tiana was about to make her move, Han Shoror flew down from the clouds and mist above the snowy peaks, chuckling coldly. "Snow Celestial Tiana, long time no see. Do you still recognize me?" As soon as Han Shoror descended, he waved his hand to stop Gree and Pegasus' incessant killing. Then, he looked at Tiana and said smilingly. Tiana was all too familiar with Han Shoror. The moment she saw Han Shoror's silhouette appear, she immediately turned pale with fright. She cried out in alarm, "It's you? You didn't die." Like many others, Tiana believed that the matters confirmed by the Light Pope would never be wrong. Therefore, she had long regarded Han Shaw as a dead man. Now that she suddenly saw Han Shaw again in the Shrine of Ice, she was truly astonished. "Hehe, do you think that I'm really dead just because the Supreme Pontiff of the Light Church said that he would eliminate me?" Han Shaw looked Tiana up and down with a faint smile on his face. Remembering the hatred of the past, he walked step by step towards Tiana in the void. His face gradually grew cold as he stared at Tiana and said icily, "How could I die so easily without killing you despicable bastards?" Han Shaw didn't deliberately display his powerful aura, but Tiana, whose soul had fused with the elemental crystal, could instinctively sense the terrifying power concealed within Han Shaw's body. Tiana couldn't tell what realm Han Shaw had reached, but she clearly knew that Han Shaw was extremely powerful. A sense of fear that she hadn't felt for many years arose in her heart. Even when facing the saintess of the Church of Light, Tiana didn't have such deep cowardice. This feeling caused her heart to gradually sink. The closer Han Shaw got, the more scared she became. "Are you afraid?" Han Shaw sneered at Tiana. He felt the thrill of revenge as he ridiculed Tiana with words. "No, I'm not." Tiana's tone was somewhat bitter when she said those words. Even she herself noticed the strangeness of her tone. "After today, the Shrine of Ice will disappear from Profound Continent. All your years of hard work will be for naught. And you, the old whore who once betrayed me, will disappear along with the Shrine of Ice." As Han Shaw walked towards Tiana, he repeatedly attacked her with words, making her taste the humiliation of being humiliated before her death. "Shut up. I won't slap you." Tiana, as the snow goddess of the Shrine of Ice, finally couldn't endure being called an old whore by Han Shaw to her face. "Pegasus, Gree, get ready to attack. Kill every last one of the Shrine of Ice and destroy their foundation," Han Shaw instructed Pegasus and Gree with a grin. "Don't worry, we will kill every single one of you here," Pegasus, still in his manticore form, cruelly guaranteed with his hands covered in blood. "Very well. You may continue." Han Shaw laughed heartily. Then, he flew towards Tiana and grabbed her. Han Shaw didn't seem to have employed any special martial arts or incantations, but an invisible energy took the form of a whip and lashed at Tiana's body with a loud crack. As an expert who was on the verge of breaking through to Base God Realm, Tiana actually had no way to evade Han Shaw's attack. She clearly sensed an invisible energy approaching her body and retreated in a fluster. However, she still couldn't escape the lash of the whip and was struck in an instant. Tiana, who had the image of a noble and beautiful woman, was whipped on the side of her waist by Han Shaw. The mist that had been shrouding Tiana miraculously vanished without a trace, as though it was dispersed by Han Shaw's whip. After the strike, a hole was torn in the snow-white silk robe around Tiana's waist, revealing her fair skin. The red scar on her snow-white skin was extremely obvious. The strength of Han Shaw's whip was extremely precise. It wouldn't kill Tiana in an instant, but it would cause her extreme pain. Especially when the whip tore her clothes, it brought her a sense of unbearable humiliation. Tiana had always been a lofty goddess-like figure in the Shrine of Ice. When had she ever been whipped like a slave? When Han Shaw's attack landed on her body, the pain it brought her was far more than just physical. "Hee, interesting, interesting. I'm sure those disciples of your Shrine of Ice have never seen you like this." Han Shaw chuckled coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Tiana to fly away. He lashed her body several more times in succession, leaving several bright red whip marks on her body and tearing her snow-white robe once again. Tiana was fleeing, but she couldn't escape. Inexplicably, layers of air walls had appeared in front of her, slowing down her pace of escape. Meanwhile, Han Shaw was sneering as he chased after her unhurriedly. Each and every one of his invisible attacks landed on Tiana's body, leaving one whip mark after another on her body. Her insides were also invaded by a bizarre energy, as though hundreds and thousands of little bugs were gnawing at her body. Below Tiana were the many disciples of the Shrine of Ice. At some point, Pegasus and Gree had all stopped their pursuit of those people. Each and every one of them was stupefied as they looked at the miserable state of the person they most respected above them. They had never imagined that the noblest snow celestial of the Shrine of Ice, Tiana, would be whipped like a slave. You demon. Just kill me. I won't let you off even if I die." Such humiliation made Tiana's eyes red. She was on the verge of breaking down. Chapter 605. You want to die? Han Shoror cast a sidelong glance at Tiana and sneered, "It's not that easy." Streaks of invisible whips landed on Tiana's body, inflicting tremendous damage on her body and mind. Tiana could neither escape nor evade Han Shoror's whips. All she could do was endure the double blows on her body and soul in humiliation. Below Tiana were the numerous disciples of the Shrine of Ice. At this moment, they were no longer being massacred by Pegasus and Gree. All of them were looking in agony at Tiana, who was like a caged bird. At this moment, many of the disciples began to pray, praying to the god they worshipped for help. To the disciples of the Shrine of Ice, Snow Celestial Tiana was the most powerful existence in the Shrine of Ice. Yet, such a person was being humiliated without the slightest ability to retaliate. This scene had caused great damage to their souls. If even Snow Celestial Tiana was powerless, what could they do? As disciples of the Shrine of Ice, those who could come to this snowy holy land were all figures of firm faith. When the power they relied on for survival became so vulnerable that it could not withstand a single blow, their reliance on the illusory god suddenly seemed to have been expanded infinitely. Under Han Shoror's whips, Snow Celestial Tiana's snow-white robes were in tatters, her curvaceous body faintly visible. She looked like a slave who had committed a mistake and was being punished by her master. Pegasus and Gree, who had come together with Han Shoror, did not continue their massacre of the Shrine of Ice disciples on the snowy peaks. They looked coldly at Han Shoror, who was slowly whipping Tiana into the air, and waited for further instructions from Han Shoror. At this moment, no one knew who started it, but the helpless Shrine of Ice disciples on the snowy peaks suddenly knelt piously at the same time. They began chanting the incantation used by the Shrine of Ice to call upon the blessing of the Ice Goddess. Their voices went from low to high until they blended into one. All of the Shrine of Ice disciples on the surrounding snowy peaks also temporarily gave up on escaping and joined in on this magnificent feat. Even Tiana couldn't escape. They knew that escaping would only lead to death. With the most devout faith in the Ice Goddess, they prayed, unsure if it would be of any use. The central region of the snowy region was surrounded by frigid wind and snow. The snowy peaks were like long swords piercing the heavens. It was said that the followers of the Shrine of Ice had received instructions from the goddess to choose this location. No one knew if there was any deeper meaning behind it. However, the followers of the Shrine of Ice had always felt that this place would allow them to receive instructions from the goddess closer. In reality, the center of this snowy region was indeed a little special. Back then, that believer had followed the instructions of the snow goddess and had indeed altered the snowy peaks according to her wishes. As prayers reverberated throughout the snowy peak, Gree and Pegasus simply sneered and remained silent. Their faces were filled with ridicule and coldness at the futile efforts of the Shrine of Ice believers. They felt that these people had been scared silly by Han Shoror. Even Aamike Cotton, the base god of darkness, felt that the actions of the Shrine of Ice believers were extremely laughable. He leisurely hovered in the clouds and watched smilingly as Han Shoror humiliated Tiana. However, Han Shoror, whose strength had already reached the realm of divinity, could clearly sense that the elemental energy of water in this snowy region was gradually transforming under the prayers of the Shrine of Ice believers. A force field similar to the domain of divinity was strangely taking shape at the center of the snowy peaks. "You demon! Kill me! I won't let you off even if I die." Tiana's cries were shrill and even carried a hint of sobbing. After being repeatedly humiliated by Han Shoror, Tiana was obviously unable to endure the double torment of her body and soul. Han Shoror paid no attention to Tiana's blood-curdling screams, nor did he whip her again. His two eyes were glistening as he secretly sized up the strange situation of the snowy peaks around him. In his heart, He silently pondered over the abnormality of this sacred land. Suddenly, the elemental energy of water in the center of the snowy peaks began to circulate at high speed. Beams of cold, intense light burst out from the tall, sharp buildings at the top of the snowy peaks. The intense light from the buildings intersected and connected. Frigid air suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. This snowy region of the Shrine of Ice was extremely cold to begin with. Now that the temperature had plummeted once again, not only were the most devout believers of the snow goddess unaffected, they even cheered and shouted, "The goddess has shown herself. The snow goddess has heard our prayers." The invaders, including Han Shor, were all affected by the frigid air. Each and every one of them felt that the temperature was somewhat frighteningly low. Snow Celestial Tiana, who had been imprisoned by Han Shor's air wall from the very beginning, began to experience strange changes amidst creaking noises. The air wall that Han Shor deployed there was invaded by waves of frigid air, and was frozen to the point of losing its original strength. Snow Celestial Tiana, who had been beaten black and blue all over, glared fiercely at Han Shor with clenched teeth. Her half-exposed bosom heaved up and down rapidly. Her voice was as cold as solid ice. "The snow goddess must have felt our cheers. Don't even think about walking out of this snowy region alive today. Holy crap, it can't be that weird, can it?" Even the rank 6 scorpion-tailed lion, Pegasus, could sense something strange in the surrounding atmosphere. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise when he heard Tiana's words. "Brian, will the snow goddess really come?" Aemike Cotton asked Han Shor. He was still rather calm. Ever since he sensed 2 domains of divinity on Han Shor's body, Aemike Cotton knew that Han Shor could be considered a true god. He had no idea what was going on with the strange changes happening in this snowy region. However, he believed that Han Shor should know a little bit about it. Han Shor nodded with a sullen face and explained, "When the power of faith of a believer can converge in a bizarre manner, and with the help of altars, magical matrices, or sacrificial offerings and other mediums, they can summon their devotees with fanatical faith. As a god, the devotees can indeed sense it. With the help of altars and other mediums, they can even appear for a short period of time in an alien material plane that is infinitely far away." After taking a short pause, Han Shor surveyed the surroundings. With a gloomy face, he coldly groaned and said, "Judging from the situation, the several frozen mountains in the snowy region have naturally formed magical matrices suitable for the Shrine of Ice to take root. Using a special method, the Shrine of Ice is imbued with the power of faith. If the ice goddess possesses profound strength, she can indeed hear the thoughts of the believers here. What do we do?" Pegasus, who had just been wantonly slaughtering, cried out in panic. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. Any god that appeared was not something he could deal with. He had finally walked out of the primordious dragon's boundary with great difficulty. He did not want to go back or be killed. "What are you panicking about?" Han Shor shot a cold glance at Pegasus before saying indifferently, "Any god, as long as they don't truly cross the material plane distance and arrive with both their divine body and divine soul, can't display their full strength. They can't display much strength at all by relying on mediums, using objects to reform their bodies, or using their devotees to appear. No matter how powerful the snow goddess is, she will still be bound by the laws of the universe when she arrives through such means. What an arrogant fellow. The snow goddess has countless devotees in every material plane. As a powerful god from ancient times, even if she only uses 1% of her strength, she will still kill all of you." Tiana hurriedly changed into a new robe. She gnashed her teeth and glared at Han Shor with hatred as she spoke sarcastically. Contrary to Tiana's expectations, Han Shor did not refute, but rather calmly admitted this fact. "That's right. If the snow goddess really does come personally, even if she uses that method to descend, it will still be difficult for us to escape death." While Tiana was astonished and puzzled, Han Shor laughed coldly in a loud voice. He mocked, however, "Do you really think that the snow goddess will personally come to deal with me for such trivial matters? The snow goddess has countless devotees in every material plane. If she personally takes action for everything, wouldn't she be overworked to death? We are the most devout devotees of the snow goddess. The snow goddess will definitely take pity on us. This is also her domain. She will never allow anyone to destroy it. Tiana felt that Han Shuor's words made sense, but she still stubbornly defended herself. Han Shuor sneered disdainfully and did not continue to defend himself. There was another reason he did not tell Tiana. Gods would only use mediums to send their souls to another material plane to fight for their devotees. That would require them to bear many additional risks, and would even consume some of their divine energy. Generally, they would not do so unless they had no other choice. The snow goddess was different from the spider goddess Rose. As far as Han Shuor knew, the snow goddess was an over-god, and an incomparably powerful one at that. There was no way she would personally take action just for the sake of a small number of devotees on a tiny profound continent. As a god himself, Han Shuor knew that those gods didn't really care about their worshippers. They would only take the items that the worshippers used to provide them with the power of faith. Han Shuor decided that he wouldn't personally take action over such a trivial matter. It was precisely because of this judgment that Han Shuor did not immediately flee in panic when he saw the abnormal changes occurring in this snowy region. Instead, he decided to observe the situation first before making a decision. "Lord Brian, what should we do?" Gree the Banshee asked Han Shuor with a trembling voice. Han Shuor bunched his brows and hesitated for a moment. He knew that no matter what level of god the snow goddess dispatched, Pegasus and his party would have no chance of resisting. "You guys leave for now and wait at the rear for a while. I would like to meet those from the Shrine of Ice." Han Shuor shot a glance at the three and nodded, indicating that they should not make useless sacrifices. Pegasus and Gree felt as though they had been granted amnesty after hearing those words from Han Shuor. They hastily retreated into the distance. Aamike Cotton was the only one who gave Han Shuor a deep look and said, "Be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Han Shuor could tell that Aamike Cotton was genuinely concerned about him, unlike Pegasus and Gree. Han Shuor put on a faint smile and put on a gentle attitude. Aamike Cotton nodded and said no more. He then flew in the direction Pegasus and Gree had left. Chapter 606. As soon as Aamike Cotton left, Han Shuor immediately focused all of his attention on the intersecting cold lights atop the icy peaks. The reason the Shrine of Ice had established its base in such a place was because of the unique topography of this place, where it was the easiest to gather cold air. In addition to the deliberate arrangement of the Shrine of Ice's believers, the few icy peaks formed bizarre magical matrices under the Ice Goddess instructions. Not only did they have the ability to gather cold air, they could also form an altar to receive the energy bestowed by the Ice Goddess. On Profound Continent, other than the primordious dragon, Han Shuor really did not have to worry about anyone. However, it was obvious that Tiana was not the main character in the current situation. The fact that these few icy peaks were able to produce such bizarre transformations was sufficient proof that the direct participants in this battle were from other high-level material planes. Han Shuor could look down on the experts of Profound Continent, but he had long learned from Bekimos how terrifying the gods of high-level material planes were. Furthermore, he had learned from the memories of the skeletal staff's original owner just how terrifying the Ice Goddess was. Although he had his own speculations, he dared not lower his guard. Ever since the ice peaks had transformed and the shackles on her were lifted, it was as though Tiana had obtained infinite power. Her bright eyes were sizing up Han Shuor like a viper, as though waiting to see how Han Shuor would die. The snowy peaks were filled with dense cold air. Rays of cold lights intersected with each other. The water elemental energy of the entire snowland had been transformed into an aura of extreme cold. Snow suddenly filled the snowland without anyone noticing. Every snowflake seemed to carry the energy of extreme cold. Han Shuor did not move a muscle. He coldly observed the situation around him, paying close attention to snow celestial Tiana, who was gnashing her teeth and glaring at him. Han Shuor had a premonition that the gods from another material plane would descend upon this material plane through Tiana, just like how Spider Goddess Rose had used Adele as a medium to convey a message to Han Shuor. However, Han Shuor knew that the situation this time was different from Adele's, because no matter how one looked at it, the scale of the church that Adele organized was far inferior to the Shrine of Ice. And this time, the Shrine of Ice had thousands of disciples praying together. The energy formed from the call was sufficient for the gods from another material plane to appear by relying on the medium. "You will die." Looking at Snow Celestial Tiana, who was glaring at him with extreme hatred, yet did not understand the actual situation, Han Shaw actually smiled and said such a thing. "Hehe, you're the one who's going to die. What, are you afraid?" "You must be afraid, but it's useless to be afraid. You'll definitely die." Tiana tasted an unforgettable humiliation at the hands of Han Shaw. Her state of mind, which had been calm for many years, was completely thrown into chaos. She was no longer as graceful and elegant as before. She became somewhat hysterical. "Can you feel it? Was this a change in the elemental energies in the surroundings?" Han Shaw's expression was calm as he looked at Tiana and slowly asked, "What about the abnormalities of the prayers?" "What?" Tiana stared blankly for a moment, then said irritably, "Don't try to mystify me. You must die today." What a pitiful fellow. Do you think it's so easy for a god to appear on another material plane? Han Shaw sneered and pointed at the disciples of the Shrine of Ice on the snowy peaks beneath his feet. He said mockingly, "Look around you. Look at those devout believers. What kind of end have these thousands of believers gotten in exchange for using their fanatical faith in the Ice Goddess?" Tiana followed his gaze and suddenly discovered that all the believers who were kneeling on the ground and praying for the Ice Goddess help were bleeding from all 7 orifices. They were shockingly lifeless. Ah! No matter how strong Tiana was, she suddenly screamed when she saw the miserable deaths of thousands of devout believers. She yelled somewhat crazily, "How could this be? How could this be? It's you. You must be the one who killed them." Tiana didn't know if it was because she couldn't believe the truth, or because her trust in the Ice Goddess had reached the point of fanaticism. She pointed at Han Shaw venomously, bared her fangs and brandished her claws, yelling and screaming like a mad vixen. Han Shaw shook his head. He knew that Tiana was done for. Even if she was lucky enough to survive today, it would be difficult for her to walk out from the shadow of today's events. It was at this moment that the strong lights on the snowy peaks suddenly changed direction and shot at Snow Celestial Tiana, who was hovering in midair. An extremely mournful and miserable howl suddenly sounded from Snow Celestial Tiana's mouth. Her voice was mournful and horrifying, as if she was a female ghost that had returned to life. Tiana's body, under the simultaneous shooting of several beams of cold light, was like a small sun that shone brilliantly. An enormous aura of absolute chilliness gradually emanated from Tiana's radiant body. In a split second, the elemental energies that filled the snowy region vanished without a trace. Only the elements of water gathered more and more, and the thick snowflakes below rapidly turned into ice. This was the sign of the formation of the domain of divinity. When he saw this, Han Shaw was certain that Snow Celestial Tiana was truly done for. As he had expected, the person who had come had indeed adopted the most effective method. He had forcibly occupied Snow Celestial Tiana's body, and her soul had already been forcibly erased. The strong lights shone on Tiana's body, but for a moment, they were all hidden within her body. It was as if her body had completely absorbed them. When the light dissipated, Tiana was still standing in her original spot, unscathed. It was just that her entire person was completely different. An ice-cold, emotionless expression had replaced Tiana's frenzied and venomous gaze. Those eyes were still Tiana's, but the meaning within them had undergone an earth-shattering change. "Who are you? How dare you challenge the coercion of our Ice Goddess?" A cold, indifferent male voice came from Tiana's mouth. It gave Han Shaw a strange feeling of awkwardness. From the moment this male voice came from her mouth, Han Shaw knew that Tiana was dead. The person who had occupied her body was definitely an emissary who would uphold the dignity of the Ice Goddess. "Don't care who I am. In short, the Shrine of Ice on Profound Continent was indeed destroyed by my hands." Han Shaw replied in the same cold, indifferent voice as he sized up the newcomer with rapt attention. He unfolded his consciousness, trying to figure out just how much strength this person possessed. Unfathomable. This was Han Shuo's evaluation of this person after probing with his consciousness. The person who had forcibly occupied Tiana's soul nodded his head lightly and coldly said, "Very well then. Since the foundation of this place has been destroyed by you, then no matter what, you will die." These words were like a judgment, as though killing Han Shuo was a matter of course, no different from crushing an ant to death. As soon as these words were uttered, the person draped in Tiana's body charged straight at Han Shuo. Without any fancy movements, he lightly and skillfully punched out. All of a sudden, the water element in his domain of divinity in the entire snowfield instantly poured into his body. The bone-chilling temperature in the surroundings instantly returned to normal. It was as though spring had suddenly returned to the warmth of spring and flowers were blooming. Han Shuo felt a chill in his heart. He could clearly sense that the water element energy shrouding the several icy peaks had all been concentrated in this one punch. The divine energy contained within the punch was so frigid that it affected Han Shuo's body and senses, giving him a feeling of helplessness where there was no room for retreat. Han Shuo's consciousness was unable to determine what realm this person was in. However, with this punch, the domain of divinity of water had undergone such a huge change. Immediately, Han Shuo was certain that this person had surpassed the realm of low god. Without knowing how strong this person was, Han Shuo did not dare to rashly block this attack. All of a sudden, his body, mind, and spirit underwent a transformation at the same time. Han Shuo was like a pool of stagnant water. There was not the slightest ripple in his heart. Han Shuo adjusted his body transformation, mind transformation, and consciousness transformation to a tranquil state. It was as though he could strangely sense the trajectory of this punch and the energy contained within it. By the time that person's punch landed, Han Shuo's figure had already reappeared 1,000 meters away. A clap of thunder boomed in the sky where Han Shuo's punch landed. Several snowy peaks that had just thawed suddenly shook violently. Huge rocks tumbled down. Hey! That person let out a soft cry of surprise, as though he did not expect that Han Shuo would be able to evade his attack. He appeared extremely astonished. Han Shuo, who was already 1,000 meters away, sensed the power of that person's punch with his tranquil and unperturbed mind. After quickly weighing the situation, Han Shuo realized that this person was definitely a mid-god. However, because his divine body could not descend to this material plane, the power that Tiana, the medium, could generate was limited. It was simply not enough to kill him. With this conclusion in mind, Han Shuo let out a mischievous sneer. His body of 3 souls suddenly shook. 2 identical copies of Han Shuo appeared. Hey! That person cried out in surprise again. He was somewhat astonished by what he saw. His tranquil eyes were now a little strange. Without waiting for him to ask or attack again, Han Shuo's 3 bodies moved simultaneously and rapidly shot towards him from 3 different directions. Han Shuo deployed 2 domains of divinity at the same time. The element of death and edict of destruction were forcibly squeezed into his domain of divinity. His avatars swayed continuously, their corporeal forms indistinguishable. Ever since Han Shuo cultivated 3 bodies, he had never attacked a single person with all his strength. Although this mid-god who descended through Tiana's body could only exert a small portion of his strength, he was still a mid-god. There was an insurmountable gap between a low god and a mid-god. Han Shuo had no choice but to give it his all. Bang! 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 Halfway through, the 3 Han Shuos simultaneously hit a wall. They were forcibly blocked by an invisible barrier. Han Shuo immediately realized that the person's domain of divinity was more powerful than he had imagined because his cultivation realm was higher than his. Having more people doesn't necessarily mean you'll gain the upper hand, that person coldly said. He threw another punch at Han Shuo's avatar of destruction. At this moment, when Han Shuo's 3 bodies charged over, they were all blocked by the ice-cold barrier. Moreover, they were all invaded by the frigid air. Han Shuo retreated while expelling the frigid air from his body. The situation had become extremely dangerous. Chapter 607. Han Shuor's heart remained unmoved as he watched the man's fist fly towards him, and the cold air enter his three bodies at the same time. He calmly searched for a solution. The three bodies retreated at the same time and spread out in three different directions. The distance between them grew longer and longer. Just as the fist that seemed to have condensed the coldness of the entire winter was about to hit Han Shuor's avatar of destruction, Han Shuor suddenly had an idea. His avatar of death rapidly retreated, distancing itself from the icy barrier in the blink of an eye. Han Shuor's body retreated and whooshed towards the person from behind. The space ring on his finger glowed faintly and three round pearls shot towards the person occupying Tiana's soul at lightning speed. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the three beads. The ice barrier formed by that person was suddenly hit by the violent explosion and was instantly torn into pieces. The three pearls of annihilation exploded at the same time, forming a shockwave that shattered the person's icy barrier. The soul piercers hidden within the pearls of annihilation shot invisibly and densely towards the person who was preparing to attack Han Shuor's avatar of destruction. Demonic arts were different from any elemental or edictal force in this world. Even this mid-god was at a loss as to what to do. He was unable to completely evade the attack of the densely packed soul piercers and was struck by a few of them. The soul piercers were extremely vicious. Once they entered the opponent's body, they would immediately attack the opponent's soul. They were like unforgiving evil spirits that would not give the opponent any time to breathe. "Huh!" the person exclaimed softly for the third time. He was evidently surprised by Han Shuor's flashy attacks. As soon as the soul piercers entered his body, he immediately felt the threat that came from his soul. He forcibly stopped the punch that was supposed to be aimed at Han Shuor and focused all his energy on eliminating the threat of the soul piercers. The soul piercers were absolutely lethal to ordinary experts. If one's strength was insufficient, the soul piercers might even destroy one's soul under the corrosion of the soul piercers. However, from his previous experience in the Abyss realm, he knew that the soul of a god-rank expert was simply too powerful. A soul that had fused with the elements was not something that the soul piercers could destroy. The stronger the soul, the higher the degree of fusion with the elements, and the shorter the time needed to remove the soul piercers. Han Shuor understood this principle. When he saw that the person had given up on attacking his avatar of destruction and was instead retreating, the three avatars once again made their move at the same time, attacking the person who was clearing the soul piercer's threat. "Despicable!" that person shouted with a cold expression. He did not dare to directly face the attacks of the three Han Shuor and hurriedly retreated. "He, despicable? This is a strategy, what do you know? You are the despicable one. You are a mid-god who has lived for God knows how many years. You came here to kill me, a puny low god. You even absorbed the faith power of all the believers here and forcibly took over the body of the most devout believer. Are you not despicable? That's why you don't deserve to call others despicable." When the three Han Shuors flew towards him, all three mouths mocked him at the same time. Their words came one after another, leaving the man speechless. In the time it took for the three avatars to speak, Han Shuor's three avatars had arrived by his side. Without the slightest hesitation, the avatar of destruction and Han Shuor were the main attackers, while the avatar of death constantly released necromancy magic as support. One boundary after another fell on his body, making it impossible for him to exert his full strength. Having crossed the distance between two material planes to come here, he could only exert a small portion of his strength through Tiana's body. Now that his soul had been pierced by the soul piercers, he was constantly harassed by necromancy magic, and he had to face the joint attacks of the other two Han Shuors. He was weary of dealing with them. Han Shuor had never been one to play by the rules. He liked to take advantage of the moment when others were at their most helpless to deliver a head-on blow. This time was obviously no exception. The three Han Shuors stared at the overwhelmed person in the center and launched a series of attacks. Three types of demonic arts, necromancy boundaries, and edict of destruction were unleashed from the three Han Shuors' bodies one after another, landing on that person. The person who had appeared calm and indifferent from the moment he first appeared finally showed signs of fatigue. his two hands constantly intertwined to form layers of icy barriers. He seemed to be losing strength. His soul could not appear for too long in a foreign material plane using a medium. Moreover, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. This was something Han Shoror was well aware of after he obtained some memories of the skeletal staff's original owner. Seeing that he was exhausted, Han Shoror's attacks became even more urgent. He didn't give the person any chance to retaliate. He was planning to use this opportunity to exhaust all of the person's divine power. The person was extremely aggrieved. He had truly never seen such a despicable and merciless attack method as Han Shoror's. If not for the strange power disrupting his soul, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. Unfortunately, after being ambushed by Han Shoror, he had no time left. He could only watch helplessly as he became a target, with absolutely no chance to retaliate. What frustrated him even more was Han Shoror's incessant mocking, insulting, and sneering. 3 Han Shorors, 3 mouths. His advantage in numbers was not only reflected in his attack methods, but was also used by him to disrupt his enemy's mind. While the 3 mouths were attacking, they would constantly greet the person's family and ancestors, ridicule the person's incompetence, describe the person's appearance after death, and repeatedly attack the person's mind. Most people wouldn't be able to withstand the pain of such verbal attacks. Because his demonic arts had reached the 9 changes realm, his body, mind, and consciousness had reached a state of absolute calmness. Therefore, his mind was extremely calm when he spoke those words. His verbal attacks were even in a variety of styles, annoying the person to no end and making him more and more irritable. "Shut up!" the person roared. He stared at Han Shoror in pain and shouted, "You are also a low god. How can you be so despicable?" The 3 Han Shorors were startled. After a moment of silence, even more vicious words came from the mouths of the 3 mouths, completely ignoring the person's angry shouts. "It would be a waste not to use this advantage of having 3 mouths more than you. You're really an idiot." Han Shoror sneered in his mind. He could tell from the person's performance that his tactics were truly effective. Bang! 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 In line with Han Shoror's incessant verbal attacks, the 3 of them joined forces and landed one after another on the ice barrier deployed by the person who had taken defensive measures. All of a sudden, he forcibly took over Tiana's body and fiercely emitted a strong light. Tiana's body rapidly shrunk within the glaring light, as though all the energy in her body was being absorbed by her bones. Boom! The sound of an explosion came from Tiana's body. Hundreds of icy arrows whizzed in all directions, landing on the 3 Han Shorors who were caught off guard. The hundreds of icy arrows came at an extremely fast and ferocious speed. They contained an extremely frightening amount of divine energy. Because the 3 Han Shorors were closing in and surrounding him, the hundreds of icy arrows almost all landed on the 3 Han Shorors' bodies, causing varying degrees of damage to all 3 of them. In an instant, all 3 of Han Shorors' bodies simultaneously felt a bone-piercing chill. Not only did that chill affect all 3 Han Shorors' bodies, it even attacked their souls. It was as though it wanted to freeze the 3 Han Shorors to death. Crunch! Crunch! Terrifying sounds of ice freezing came from all 3 Han Shorors' bodies at the same time. Solid ice covered his body in an instant, making him look like 3 crystalline ice sculptures. His face maintained expressions of mockery, cursing, and sneering respectively. It was an extremely bizarre sight. Tiana's body became a bloody skeleton after the strong light burst out. It was as though all her flesh and skin had been absorbed by her bones. It was an extremely horrifying sight. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes stared viciously at the 3 Han Shorors. The person said irritably, "I've had enough of your voice. Shut your mouth forever." He raised his hand and 3 icicles the size of broadswords suddenly appeared out of thin air. They stabbed towards the 3 Han Shorors at lightning speed, piercing through the solid ice on Han Shoror's body and piercing straight through his chest. Huff! 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 The person's deformed body panted heavily. It seemed that releasing 3 icicles to attack Han Shoror had consumed too much of his divine energy. It was a little too much for him to bear. What the hell is this thing? How can it have 3 bodies? And a way of using energy whose origin I can't tell. This guy is really weird. The person muttered to himself while staring at Han Shoror while panting heavily. He appeared to be extremely puzzled. Fortunately, he's about to be finished. This mission is about to be completed. It's just that he's consumed a lot of his divine energy. He didn't gain any advantage on this trip. The person continued to mutter in a low voice. The remaining flesh and blood on his bloody skeletal body slowly froze. He seemed to be panting to recover his divine energy and then organize his energy to deliver a fatal blow to Han Shoror's soul. All 3 of Han Shoror's bodies were hit by the frigid arrow. The extraordinarily powerful cold energy instantly froze his limbs. Soon after, 3 icicles attacked again, piercing through all 3 of Han Shoror's bodies and causing all 3 of them to suffer varying degrees of injuries. However, although Han Shoror's body was frozen, his consciousness was still there and his mind was still calm. If it were any other god, it would be very difficult for them to organize their energy to counterattack after suffering such a series of attacks. After all, the divine body was the foundation of one's body. It would be very difficult for one to move after suffering such heavy injuries. However, none of Han Shoror's 3 bodies were normal. His avatar of destruction was transformed from the Demon Slayer Edge, his avatar of death was transformed from the skeletal staff, and his avatar of demonic arts was the physical body of his main body. Moreover, he possessed an almost undying body. How could an ordinary body compare to his? Therefore, although all 3 of Han Shoror's bodies were frozen, Han Shoror didn't lose the ability to counterattack at all. Just when that person thought that Han Shoror was at his wit's end and was about to silently recover his divine energy to deliver a final attack on Han Shoror's soul, he heard a creaking sound coming from Han Shoror's avatar of destruction. That person was startled and hastily turned his head to look. Then, he suddenly cried out in surprise. He was shocked by what he saw. Chapter 608. You, what are you? That person's ice-cold voice trembled as he looked at Han Shoror, who had suddenly transformed into a long sword. He had followed the ice goddess on expeditions on various planes of existence for many years. He had seen all kinds of people and races, but he had never seen anything as shocking as this scene before. A human who had just attacked him had suddenly transformed into a long sword. This was completely beyond his understanding of the various energies. An extremely preposterous feeling welled up in his heart. Not only humans, but even gods would be fearful of the unknown. Therefore, when he discovered that Han Shoror had transformed into a long sword, he, who hadn't been nervous since he descended to this plane of existence, was truly a little afraid. That was why his voice trembled a little. Creak. Creak. Han Shoror, who had transformed into the Demon Slayer Edge, twisted a few times and shattered the solid ice. This made that person even more terrified. Why do you care what I am? Do you think that you can trap me with just these solid ice? Han Shoror sneered in the form of the Demon Slayer Edge. His voice was filled with ridicule. Blood-colored light flickered repeatedly on the blade, shattering the ice that had frozen him and flying out. The Demon Slayer Edge had been forged by Han Shoror to be incomparably sharp. It had just absorbed the destructive energy of a few 100,000 orcs a few days ago. Due to its unique composition, it was extremely difficult to imprison. Blood-colored light glistened as the Demon Slayer Edge shot towards Han Shoror's frozen body. With a crisp clang, the ice that had frozen Han Shoror's body completely shattered. Han Shoror grinned as he sized up that person. He extended his hand and the Demon Slayer Edge landed in his palm. Pointing at his avatar of death in the distance, Han Shoror smilingly said, "Look at that body, isn't it also very peculiar?" That person was shocked by Han Shoror's successive methods. When he turned his head to look, he discovered that the third Han Shoror had turned into a skeletal staff. He felt a chill in his heart. He really didn't know what kind of monster Han Shoror was. "You, what race are you?" The man who was trembling in fear pointed at Han Shoror and cried out in alarm. Han Shoror knew that the person was scared. After such a series of shocks, the fear of the unknown had deeply affected him. In addition, He hadn't gathered his divine energy for the time being. He immediately wanted to retreat. Han Shao, who was sizing him up, saw that the divine light in the person's eyes was gradually dissipating. He snorted coldly and stabbed at the person with the Demon Slayer edge. Fart. The Demon Slayer edge pierced through the person's skull. The Demon Slayer edge's tens of thousands of negative energy of malicious souls and the divine energy formed from the Edict of Destruction were unleashed at the same time. Before his soul dissipated, the Demon Slayer edge followed that thread of connection and ruthlessly attacked him. I don't care what you are, I will definitely kill you. A piece of consciousness was transmitted over intermittently. Bam! Tiana's body completely exploded in a burst of strong light. This time, it was after the soul of the mid-god had left. Without the effect of divine energy, she turned into minced meat and a rain of blood. Mph, you run pretty fast. Han Shao snorted coldly. With a twist of his wrist, the Demon Slayer edge shot straight at the other avatar trapped in ice, breaking through the divine energy on it. Hovering in midair and looking down, Han Shao discovered that the bodies of those devoutly praying believers were all frozen into ice sculptures. The element of water that had been lost in an instant had once again flooded the area, causing the area that had suddenly warmed up to become cold once again. The descent of a mid-god had taken the lives of thousands of devout believers and forcibly occupied Tiana's body. After a fierce battle, all three of Han Shao's bodies were injured. However, the soul of that mid-god who had descended into the world was also gravely injured by Han Shao. The damage to his soul was even more serious than the damage to Han Shao's physical body. After paying such a heavy price, he still failed to kill Han Shao. Instead, he had to flee with his tail between his legs. No matter how one looked at it, Han Shao had won this battle. Although the victory was somewhat difficult and he had also paid a heavy price, Han Shao felt a strong sense of satisfaction when he recalled that his opponent was a mid-god. The three bodies merged into one. Han Shao took a deep breath and suddenly let out a shrill howl. The sound waves spread far and wide, reaching the three base gods who had retreated a step earlier. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Han Shao attentively sensed the injuries suffered by his three bodies. By now, the puncture wound on Han Shao's chest had completely healed. Most of the frigid aura in his body had also been purged. On the other hand, the two avatars of Han Shao's that had suffered such a heavy blow would take some time to recover. They could only be nursed back to health slowly. Of Han Shao's three bodies, the two avatars of Han Shao's did not have a single scratch on them due to the special materials they were made of. They appeared to be in good condition. However, the damage came from the inside. They needed to be repaired using enormous elemental and addictal force over a period of time. On the contrary, Han Shao's main body that cultivated in demonic arts seemed to have suffered extremely heavy injuries. However, due to the special nature of his body, he possessed an extremely freakish self-healing ability. By using demonic yuan to make up for the injuries, it didn't take long for him to recover more than half of his injuries. From this aspect, it could be seen that the main body that cultivated in demonic arts was indeed marvelous. It had absolutely no fear of huge injuries coming from the physical body. This battle had given Han Shao a lot of valuable experience. While secretly inspecting the injuries on his body, Han Shao was also carefully reflecting on the scene of the battle just now. From the previous battle, Han Shao understood that it was because the opponent's domain of divinity was a realm higher than his opponent's. Just this point alone made him almost invincible. Within the opponent's domain of divinity, Han Shao appeared to be restrained and his strength was greatly reduced. Although the opponent's domain of divinity was a realm higher, the opponent appeared calm and unruffled. In an instant, he extracted all the elemental energy within the domain of divinity and condensed it into a single punch. The explosive force formed was extremely terrifying. If not for the fact that Han Shao had used rapid change to swiftly escape, he would have been seriously injured by the first punch. Because his divine body could not descend, the opponent's divine energy was not much stronger than Han Shao's. However, by relying on the strength of the domain of divinity and his skillful manipulation of elemental energy, he was able to single-handedly deal with all three of Han Shoror's bodies without dying. If not for Han Shoror using the Pearls of Annihilation to catch him off guard and then using tactics to endlessly disturb his mind, it would have been hard to say whether he could have won in the end. From this aspect, it could be seen that being a realm higher in the deity realm was not just an increase in divine energy. This battle allowed Han Shoror to truly understand the dangers of a battle between deities. He also understood some situations that he did not understand in the past. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded from afar. Han Shoror raised his head and glanced into the distance. He knew that the three had understood the meaning of his whistle and were rushing over. "How are you?" Aemike Cotton was startled when he arrived. He hastily approached Han Shoror and asked, "I'm injured. Those from the Shrine of Ice Shore are hard to deal with." Fortunately, they managed to escape, Han Shoror said to Aemike Cotton with a bitter smile. "Are your injuries serious? Do you need to rest immediately?" Aemike Cotton asked with a frown. He appeared somewhat worried. "In any case, my injuries aren't light. Godamnit, those religions that have existed for a long time are indeed not easy to deal with." Han Shoror nodded and cursed. Suddenly, Han Shoror noticed that when he mentioned that his injuries were not light, the eyes of Pegasus and Gree the Banshee flickered for a moment, as though they had some ideas. With a thought, Han Shoror looked at the two with a sneer and abruptly stood up. With a flash of light, Han Shoror appeared in front of Pegasus. He spread his hand over Pegasus' head and said in a sinister tone, "What? Do you want to kill me while I'm seriously injured? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Pegasus was extremely frightened. He hastily knelt before Han Shoror. He was so frightened that he didn't even dare to move. "No matter how heavily injured I am, killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Don't try to show off your little tricks in front of me. In the face of absolute power, you'd better put away your little tricks as soon as possible," Han Shoror said unhurriedly with a mischievous smile as he looked at Pegasus. "I wouldn't dare. I really wouldn't dare." When Pegasus saw the ground littered with corpses, he thought that all of them were killed by Han Shoror. He was truly afraid that Han Shoror would immediately finish him off. He was bitterly begging for Han Shoror's forgiveness. "It seems like people like you need to be restrained a little. Otherwise, I reckon you won't be too honest." Han Shoror grinned nastily. A drop of blood spurted out from his index finger. He infused it with some divine energy and sealed it in Pegasus' brain. "If you don't have enough strength, you better not have any thoughts of resisting. Otherwise, your brain will explode with a single thought of mine." Hee hee. Han Shoror was all smiles as he looked at the trembling Pegasus. His attitude was amiable. "Well, Gree, if you think you can escape, you can give it a try." Han Shoror removed his big hand from Pegasus' head and shot a cold glance at Gree, who was timidly trying to escape in the distance. "My lord, you misunderstand. I'm not trying to escape." Gree forced a smile and explained with a bitter face. "You are a smart person. You should know what to do. Just come here obediently." Han Shoror looked at Gree with an unruffled smile and said unhurriedly, "Understood." Gree heaved a sigh and thought to herself, "Why am I so unlucky to run into such a demon? Sigh, I'm done for this time." With a smile on her face, Gree obediently walked up to Han Shoror, extended her head in front of Han Shoror, and said, "My lord, please apply the seal." That's more like it." Han Shoror smiled evilly and applied the same seal on Gree. "What about me, Brian?" Aemike Cotton walked up to Han Shoror and asked with a smile. "What are you talking about? How can I treat you like that?" Han Shoror pretended to be angry. He glared at Aemike Cotton and said sincerely, "You are different from them. I can tell who is sincere and who is pretending." Pegasus and Gree both wore bitter faces. They exchanged glances and sighed inwardly at the same time. They thought to themselves, "How unlucky I am. I really don't have a chance to escape anymore." Chapter 609. After taking care of Pegasus and Gree, Han Shoror assigned them a mission: carry away all the valuables of the Shrine of Ice. Pegasus and Gree were old monsters who had lived for God knows how many years. They had a discerning eye for treasures. After planting a seal in their minds, Han Shor had their lives in his hands. He wasn't afraid that they would play any tricks. The two were truly afraid of Han Shor. They flew around several icy mountains with bitter faces, searching for anything valuable for Han Shor. If they hadn't met Han Shor, the two would have been characters that no one on Profound Continent would have dared to provoke. As the saying goes, evil people will only be tormented by evil people. They deserved it. After all, it was Han Shor who said that he was seriously injured that the two began to harbor evil thoughts. As an expert who founded the Lancelot Empire, Mike Cotton knew that Han Shor's goal was to unify the entire Profound Continent. Therefore, after learning that Han Shor's goal was to unify the entire Profound Continent, Mike Cotton had truly started to treat Han Shor as one of his own. Han Shor had always maintained the proper respect for Mike Cotton. He did not give Han Shor any face like how he treated Pegasus and Gree. While the two dejectedly worked on Han Shor's behalf, Han Shor and Mike Cotton were chatting with a smile on their faces, as though they were two friends despite the difference in age. You mentioned that a god of the Shrine of Ice has descended. How strong is that person? Mike Cotton was extremely curious about the Shrine of Ice. He had stayed on Profound Continent for a very long time and had long learned of how powerful the Shrine of Ice was. It's a mid-god. He's very powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't display his full strength and that I managed to sneak attack him, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to see me today, Han Shor explained smilingly. I didn't expect that he would be a mid-god. He is indeed terrifying, Mike Cotton said with some lingering fear. Mike Cotton felt some lingering fear in his heart. He was aware of the hierarchy of gods and understood what a difference of one level meant. He underestimated the enemy. Serves him right, Han Shor said smilingly. It can be said that you have destroyed the Shrine of Ice's foundation on Profound Continent. They definitely won't let this matter rest. Have you thought of how you are going to deal with them if they were to cross material planes? After all, Mike Cotton had lived for many years. There were some things he knew. Han Shor of the Shrine of Ice had long thought of this problem. Han Shor had long thought of this problem. He knew that it wasn't impossible for him to send of gods of higher material planes to cross planes through interplanar transportation matrices. This time, it was because that mid-god's soul had used Tiana as a medium to descend that Han Shor managed to injure his soul and force him to retreat. If that mid-god had truly used the interplanar transportation matrix to cross dimensions, Han Shor knew that with his current strength, he would have no chance of victory. I haven't thought about it yet. This is indeed a headache. After a long while, Han Shor shook his head and sighed helplessly. Sigh. It seems that we can only take it one step at a time. I hope he won't really cross planes to come here. Mike Cotton was also very helpless. His strength was limited and he couldn't help Han Shor even if he wanted to. All he could do was comfort Han Shor verbally. It's all right, there's always a way, Han Shor said while pretending to be relaxed. However, his heart was getting heavier and heavier. He understood that on Profound Continent, other than the primordious dragon who acted as his protector, there really wasn't anyone who could threaten him. Han Shor wasn't even afraid of the primordious dragon. However, there were many experts on other material planes. If even a mid-god were to descend, Han Shor wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Previously, Han Shor had offended Spider Goddess Rose. And now, he had injured that mid-god of the Shrine of Ice. This enmity had been sown. Perhaps one day, they would meet again. The pressure on Han Shor made him feel rather heavy. What should we do next? Should we make another trip to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light? Mike Cotton couldn't help but ask as he knew about Han Shor's plan. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shor shook his head, forced a smile, and said, "Let's wait for a while. I've sustained some injuries this time. The Church of Light might have another battle on the sacred mountain. If I were to face the Shrine of Ice again, I really don't have the confidence to withstand it. Let's go back first. When I recover from my injuries, I will come back and wipe out the Church of Light in one fell swoop." I need to make good use of this period of time to think about how to deal with future crises. Alright, I really do miss the Lancelot Empire. I was imprisoned by the primordious dragon for 500 years. I wonder how many things have happened in the Lancelot Empire during these 500 years. I wonder if the citizens and the imperial family of the Lancelot Empire will still remember me. Whenever Mike Cotton mentioned the Lancelot Empire that he had founded, he would feel a sense of gratification and satisfaction. This was also the reason why he treated Han Shoror so sincerely and amicably after learning that Han Shoror was carrying out his unfinished business. To Mike Cotton, Han Shoror, who hailed from Lancelot Empire, was equivalent to one of his people. Moreover, Han Shoror was an expert who had the strength to contribute to the empire. The two shared common interests. In addition, Han Shoror's temperament was very much to Mike Cotton's liking. Therefore, Mike Cotton's attitude towards Han Shoror changed so quickly. While Han Shoror and Mike Cotton were conversing, Pegasus and Gree did not remain idle. After a while, the two finally collected all the precious items of the Shrine of Ice and stood before Han Shoror one after the other. Pegasus respectfully grabbed a few space rings and handed them to Han Shoror with both hands, saying, "They're all inside. Some of them are really good. My lordship, please take a look at them." Han Shoror did not take the items. Instead, he smilingly said to Mike Cotton, "The Shrine of Ice has been operating for so many years, it's only natural that they have some interesting items. However, you should also know that with my strength, there are many things that I wouldn't be interested in. I'm still injured, so I'd like to trouble you to help me deal with them." "No problem. I'm quite familiar with this sort of thing. Back in the days when I was fighting wars all over the world, I had annihilated many small countries. I've done this sort of thing quite often," Mike Cotton said with a rather sinister smile. "Thank you very much. Come on, let's leave this place first. I reckon that the news of the Shrine of Ice's destruction will soon spread throughout the entire continent. The Shrine of Ice is the most fundamental strength of Kossi Empire. This incident will certainly deal a heavy blow to Kossi Empire's spirit. I believe that they will no longer be able to contend against our Lancelot Empire in the future." Although Han Shoror was injured, he was still in a pretty good mood for avenging the Shrine of Ice. "That's true. Without the Shrine of Ice, Kossi Empire will certainly descend into chaos. The reason why this country has always been firmly controlled by the House of Pillon is all because of the deterrence of the Shrine of Ice. Now that the shrine has been annihilated, I'm afraid that the House of Pillon may not be able to continue to firmly rule over Kossi Empire." Mike Cotton was very familiar with Kossi Empire. He hit the nail on the head and pointed out the possible power struggle that would unfold in Kossi Empire. "Let's go." Without saying anything else, Han Shoror and his party of 4 unhurriedly left the Shrine of Ice and returned to Lancelot Empire according to the route they came from. When passing through the Dragon Valley in the depths of the dark forest, Han Shoror hesitated for a moment. He did not head to the Dragon Valley to check if the primordious dragon had returned. Before he fully recovered from his injuries, Han Shoror held his breath and did not act rashly. When they were about to arrive at the Cemetery of Death, Han Shoror's 2 avatars separated and entered the Cemetery of Death to recover from their injuries. As Han Shoror's avatar cultivated in demonic arts, the speed of recovery far surpassed that of his 2 avatars. By the time they arrived at the Cemetery of Death, he was basically in good condition. Therefore, he did not enter the Cemetery of Death, but instead brought Mike Cotton and the other 2 to the Valley of Sunshine. This time, Han Shoror did not stay in the Valley of Sunshine for long. He found Jasper and the others and told them to stay in the Valley of Sunshine to familiarize themselves with the new world known as Profound Continent. After chatting with Trunks for a while, he arrived at Ossen City with Mike Cotton and the other 2. Mike Cotton had been away from Lancelot Empire for far too long. He really missed Lancelot. In order not to cause a commotion in Lancelot Empire, Han Shoror did not reveal Mike Cotton's identity to anyone. To Mike Cotton, he really didn't care about such an empty reputation. He had obtained everything he needed 500 years ago. He really didn't care about being worshipped like a god in Lancelot Empire. The reason why Han Shoror wanted to return to Osun City was to let Aemike Cotton relive his old days. On the other hand, Han Shoror wanted to personally greet Lawrence and come up with a plan to launch an all-out attack on other countries. After arriving at Osun City, Pegasus and Gree were arranged by Han Shoror to join the Dark Mantle. They became the two most terrifying trump cards of the Dark Mantle and were in charge of handling the most dangerous and difficult missions of the Dark Mantle. Both of them possessed base god strengths. With them in the Dark Mantle, Lancelot Empire would be absolutely safe in handling some of the shady affairs. For example, when two armies were engaged in battle, they could get rid of the Empire's commanders or deploy powerful magical matrices to turn the tide of the battle. It was impossible for Han Shoror to do all these things by himself. With them around, Han Shoror could save a lot of effort. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Han Shoror wouldn't summon the experts of the Abyss Realm. After all, the creatures of the Abyss Realm were unlike the humans on Profound Continent. If the experts of the Abyss Realm were to arrive on Profound Continent, it would cause unimaginable panic to the people of Profound Continent. Han Shoror did not wish to become the enemy of the entire Profound Continent. Therefore, he would never mobilize the forces of the Abyss Realm unless absolutely necessary. However, with Han Shoror's current strength and the formidable experts he had under his command, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to help Lancelot Empire unify Profound Continent even if he didn't utilize the experts of the Abyss Realm. After making arrangements for Pegasus and Gree, Aemike Cotton was arranging the large number of items he obtained from the Shrine of Ice. It was at this moment that the members of the Calamity Church, who he had not seen for a long time, traveled thousands of miles to pay their respects to Han Shoror. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,